Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we start business, can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the chamber and right across the Holyrood campus. So please take care to observe these measures over the course of this afternoon's business, including when entering and exiting the chamber. And the first item of business is portfolio questions. And the first portfolio is rural economy and tourism. If a member wishes to request a supplementary question, please press your request to speak button, or if you are joining us remotely, please indicate in the chat function by entering the letter R during the relevant question. Question number 1 is Willie Coffey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Ask the Scottish Government how it will take forward a tourism recovery plan for Ayrshire and what role it believes digital technology can play in assisting with this.
Fergus Ewing.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Tourism Recovery Task Force will publish its recommendations imminently, and in the context of these, we will consider what actions are required at a national and regional level. Any actions will build upon our £103 million investment through the Ayrshire Growth Deal and our programme for government commitment to promote Ayrshire as a tourism destination. Through this, we're investing £1 million in tourism developments, which includes the establishment of the COIG, an industry body which is using digital marketing technologies to work closer with the private and public sectors to encourage more visits to the area.
Willie Coffey.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer? He will be aware of some of the new ideas using digital technology that have emerged out of necessity during this health emergency. For example, online food and delivery by restaurants and local shops, online performances by musicians, and even the online broadcast and participation within the Parliament itself. Does the Cabinet Secretary recognise that digital solutions can play a big part in helping to enhance the tourist experience, with perhaps more online content and interactions, offering a quality experience for visitors to Scotland that might not be possible in person is possible using digital technology.
Fergus.
Yes, Presiding Officer, I do agree with Mr Coffey that digital technology has come to the fore during COVID, perhaps through necessity as we are using it right now, and therefore it has enabled those adept in its use to bring forward different methods of entertainment, of information, education and promotion of our tourism economy. So I do think that the use of said technology will play a part in the future as Mr Coffey is advocating.
Short supplementary, please, from John Scott.
Presiding Officer, the Cabinet Secretary will be aware of the huge effect COVID-19 has had on bed and breakfast numbers, hotel bookings and visitors to Ayrshire. What further measures can be taken to support this sector in Ayr, Prestwick and Troon, as the proposed development of the COIG makes little difference to South Ayrshire?
Fergus.
Well, I think Mr Scott raises an important point, Presiding Officer. You know, bed and breakfasts are a very important segment of the accommodation providers within the tourism sector overall. We value their work. And we did, in the earlier period of the COVID lockdown, endeavour to ensure that there was reasonable access to those bed and breakfast businesses dependent upon this business for their livelihood, to have access to financial support. That was part, Presiding Officer, of an overall package of £2.3 billion. So that support was intended to provide a lifeline to businesses to help them through COVID. But of course, as Mr Scott perhaps implies, COVID has gone on for longer than any of us wish. And therefore, I do now think that it is sensible for the UK government to reconsider what more needs to be done to promote and protect and indeed rescue tourism around these islands. I won't go into the details, Presiding Officer, as that would take too much time, but I do advocate that the UK government should work in partnership with us in order to help businesses like bed and breakfast survive COVID, which is going on longer than anyone would have expected or wished.
Can I just draw people's attention to question number 1 has taken an over long time. We're not going to get nearly through these questions unless people bear in mind that they should be a bit more succinct. Question number 2, Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what support is available for major projects in the North East to drive the area's tourism sector.
Fergus.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government and its agencies continue to support projects to boost tourism in the North East of Scotland through the Murray and Aberdeen City and Region growth deals, through the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund, and in the case of Lossiemouth East Beach footbridge, directly.
Liam Kerr.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. The Aberdeen Harbour project will be a key driver of tourism to the North East, not least due to the intended cruise ship capacity. However, in July, we learned its construction has been delayed to 2022. So what discussions has the Cabinet Secretary had with the project to identify what they need, and what support will be made available to ensure the project is completed by the new date?
Fergus.
Well, the member is correct that the Aberdeen Harbour is a major project, and indeed, when I was Energy Minister some years ago, I had the pleasure of visiting the harbour, meeting the project sponsors, and discussing the exciting project with them. It is a trust port and is run by an independent board for the benefit of its stakeholders. The issue is not directly, Presiding Officer, within my purview and my portfolio. But I do know that the Scottish Government is in fairly close contact with the sponsors of the project, and it has been delayed, yes, but I'm hopeful and confident that these delays will be overcome and that the project may be completed as early, I'm told, as possibly next year, which would bring substantial benefits to Aberdeen and the North East economy generally.
Supplementary from Shona Robson.
Thank you. Given the V&A Dundee has been a transforming investment for the North East attractiveness as a visitor destination, can the Cabinet Secretary confirm what investment the Scottish Government has made in the V&A and what role the Scottish Government considers museums have to play in the recovery of our tourism economy?
Ferguson.
Well, the Scottish Government has been substantially supportive in finance of the project and a stalwart supporter from the beginning. And yes, Shona Robertson has been an advocate for the benefits of the project since inception and seen it through, of course. And it is now delivering an excellent attraction for the citizens of Dundee. And it has, I think, helped to further embed the reputation of Dundee as the city of discovery and much more in the eyes not just of Scotland but further afield as well, and highlight the key role it plays in the area of design and innovation. So this has been an outstanding project and the Scottish Government has supported it handsomely.
Question number 3, Alasdair Allan.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to encourage new entrants to Crofting.
Ferguson.
Presiding Officer, last year there were 458 new entrants into Crofting. The Scottish Government has a range of support available to potential new entrants. Our Croft House Grant and Crofting Agricultural Grant Scheme, so-called CAGs, remain accessible, and our Farm Advisory Services continues to offer to crofters advisory and mentoring services. On the 8th of July this year, I announced £325,000 additional funding for the Crofting Commission to expand crofting development activities and create new commission jobs in the Western Isles in Dr. Allan's constituency, not least after substantial lobbying from himself that there be dispersal of such employment. And as mentioned in the programme for government, we have committed to extending the work of the Scottish Land Matching Service to increase crofting opportunities for new entrants.
Alasdair Allan.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his reply. Does he share my concern that the rising asking prices for many croft tenancies? This is a particular issue in areas which are suffering depopulation. For example, a croft tenancy in my constituency was recently advertised with the staggering asking price of £200,000. While this is an extreme example, it does illustrate how inflated the market has sometimes become. And if young families are priced out of crofting, this will obviously threaten the island's sustainability and culture. So is there more the Scottish Government feels it can do to address that particular issue?
Ferguson.
Yes, and I know my colleagues Aileen Campbell and Kevin Stewart are extremely active in considering with the local authority and other local partners more provision of housing. In addition to that, in my own area, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government has approved Croft House grant payments of over £21 million to help build and improve over 1,000 croft homes. But whereas that is welcome, it doesn't directly address the problems Dr. Allan correctly identifies. The Crofting Commission, therefore, is increasing its work to enforce crofters' adherence to duties, in some cases leading to the assignation or sale of the croft to a new entrant. But the wider problem of price inflation is an extremely serious one, which requires a wide variety of different measures to tackle, and the Scottish Government is dealing with a lot of and implementing a lot of them, Presiding Officer, I'm very pleased to say.
Question number 4, Joan McAlpine.
Thank you very much. To ask the Scottish Government what its position is on the reported concerns of the National Sheep Association that the future trade deals with Australia and New Zealand negotiated by the UK Government could negatively impact Scotland's sheep farmers.
Marie Goujon.
A trade agreement with both parties would create significant challenges to the UK agricultural sector and specifically Scottish sheep farmers, as we and stakeholders regularly point out. Now, at a time when the sheep sector stands to lose tariff-free access to the European market for a third of its product, the threat of additional Australian and New Zealand lamb being imported into the UK market further undercuts Scottish producers. And even the UK Government expects the economic benefits to the UK from these deals to be minuscule. We need the UK Government to live up to its promises about maintaining standards for imports.
Joan McAlpine.
Thank you. The Scottish Farmer newspaper has reported Phil Stalker of the NSA warning that Antipodean free trade deals will result in our market being flooded with cheap meat produced at lower environmental and animal welfare standards. Does the Minister agree with me that it's completely unacceptable, particularly as our hard-pressed sheep farmers could also lose the European market that accounts for 30 to 40% of their sale?
Marie Goujon.
I absolutely agree with Joan McAlpine and with the comments that she referenced from Phil Stalker, because our sheep farmers have very little to look forward to when we leave the EU. They'll face tariff as well as non-tariff barriers to trade, as well as an increase in pressure from the trade agreements with two of the largest sheep meat exporters, with Australia and New Zealand. Because I think it's important to remember that in the event that no free trade agreement is reached between the UK and the EU, tariffs of around 40 to 50% will be applied to Scottish sheep meat that's destined for EU consumers. And Scottish sheep meat producers export around £400 million worth of products each year, with 88% of exports destined for European consumers. So this has the potential to be catastrophic for the industry. And it's not just us who are raising how damaging this can be, because the UK government's own economic modelling suggests that the Scottish agricultural sector is likely to be adversely impacted from any free trade agreement with Australia and New Zealand. And even with all that, there's still been no confirmation of all the Brexit costs coming from Treasury, as Michael Gove has previously promised.
Question number 5, John Finney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what impact it expects on Scotland's rural economy and Scotland's producers' ability to export their goods of the proposed Kent Access Permit Scheme.
Marie Goujon.
It's quite simply lamentable that we're now having to prepare to face Brexit's consequences, such as huge delays to exporting through Kent. We've continually raised concerns about the impact of operational barriers, and the UK Government has only recently proposed this solution. It's consulted on traffic management for the Kent area and proposed a system for hauliers to check that they're ready to cross the border, and that would be mandatory for those hauliers entering Kent. However, the UK Government has yet to publish the outcome of that consultation, and it's not clear if they intend to share those outcomes with us, as well as with the other devolved nations ahead of publication. However, following sustained pressure from the Scottish Government, the new proposals do envisage a system of prioritising hauliers carrying live and fresh produce, such as Scottish seafood. And while it remains to be seen how such prioritisation will work in practice, this should help ensure that our exporters have at least a chance of being able to reach EU markets in time.
John Finney.
I thank the Minister for that reply. The Minister will be aware of the UK Cabinet Office scenario of 7,000 plus lorries held for up to 2 days and delays. Completely unacceptable for high-value perishable goods, seafood and live fish. Can I ask the Ministers to vigorously pursue clarity and outcome of that consultation with what I readily accept as a non-cooperative UK Government, and ask the Minister to examine opportunities for the Scottish Government to assist and promote the speedy carriage of these time-sensitive goods by rail freight direct continental markets, please?
Marie Goujon.
Oh, absolutely. I can assure John Finney that this is something that the Scottish Government has continually pursued over the past few years throughout the Brexit process, and this is something that we are, of course, continuing to pursue, because we absolutely recognise how vital this is for the seafood industry in Scotland. And I would say as well that I know the Cabinet Secretary for Transport has met with the Road Haulage Association recently. And again, as much as we can be told by the UK Government that we are geared up and they're ready for this, we're getting quite a different message when we hear that from industry themselves. And they have outlined their serious concerns that the processes, the IT systems simply won't be ready in time and be ready by the end of the year. But for our part, I can assure the member, and I can assure other members across the chamber, that the Scottish Government will be doing absolutely everything within our power to help support our industries in Scotland.
Question number 6, Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the Fraser-Vallender Institute report, the impact of COVID-19 on the Aran economy, including its comments on how this has affected tourism.
Ferguson.
Presiding Officer, I do agree this is concerning. We know that COVID-19 continues to have a profound impact on our island communities, and we are currently working closely with our partners, including North Ayrshire Council, Taste of Arran and the Arran Economic Group. I don't underestimate the impacts, and I understand that a tailored approach will be necessary. Our £30 million pledge to deliver the National Islands Plan and our new £2 million Islands Green Recovery Programme will be vital, therefore, in stimulating new economic activity across our islands, helping businesses recover from the impacts of the pandemic and creating new and quality jobs.
Kenneth Gibson.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. The report states that, and I quote, on average each day of ferry operation contributes just under £170,000 to Anne's economy. That's over 62 million.
Excuse me, Mr Gibson, we're finding it difficult to hear you, which is, of course, unusual. If you could, if you could put your mic up. If you could take your supplementary.
I do apologise for that, Presiding Officer. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. The report states that on average each day of ferry operation contributes just under £170,000 to Arran's economy. That's just over £62 million a year. How can Scottish ministers optimise the ferry service at this difficult time and go even further than the Cabinet Secretary already has gone in supporting island businesses to ensure that Arran's economy survives and can ultimately thrive?
Fergus.
Well, I absolutely agree that the ferry is, of course, essential to Arran. It's a lifeline service, and it's also the gateway for everybody that visits the island. And it has a marvellous tourism offering, and there have been real difficulties over the COVID period, constraints facing businesses there during lockdown and beyond. So Mr Gibson is absolutely right to say that we do need to ensure that the ferry service is reliable, and we need to look to the future to see what more we can do as to this service, as indeed the Fraser of Allan Institute recognises that the Arran economy is extremely different to the North Ayrshire economy. And I know that Mr Gibson, in his forthright advocacy over the years for Arran, will continue to make sure that these arguments are kept to the fore.
Question number 7, Jamie Green.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government how much of the Sustainable Agriculture Capital Grant Scheme funding has been allocated.
Fergus.
The £10 million Sustainable Agricultural Capital Grant Scheme opened for applications on the 7th of September this year, and the application window is due to run for a period of 5 weeks, closing on the 11th of October. The applications will then be assessed and grant award letters will be issued thereafter.
Jamie Green.
Many thanks to the Cabinet Secretary for that response. He will be aware, of course, of the value and importance of this to those who have struggled as a result of rural crime. We know that rural crime has risen to £2.3 million in cost to our farmers, and it has more than doubled since 2017. That is a concern to all of us, I'm sure. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what conversation he's having with his justice counterparts to ensure that we are tackling rural crime, and his own department is offering everything they can, financially or otherwise, to those farmers who have struggled as a result of it?
Fergus.
Well, the member raises a very important point, and one that I have been pursuing rigorously as Cabinet Secretary alongside my colleagues in the Cabinet and working with the police and others in what is a series of despicable crimes which cause enormous difficulty to farmers, and by the very nature, occurring as they are, mostly in rural Scotland, sometimes under dead of night. Evidence is very difficult in many cases to establish because of the lack of eyewitnesses. So this is an issue that I've been pursuing absolutely rigorously for a very long time, Presiding Officer. Perhaps I could just gently point out, however, to Mr Green, that this is not actually relevant to the question that was asked, which was about the Agricultural Transformation Programme, the purpose of which is primarily to assist farmers and crofters in respect of sustainable agriculture, and particularly looking to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So this programme actually has nothing to do directly with crime, but you know, I've no objection to answering a question, albeit its irrelevance to the primary question.
Question number 8, Rachel Hamilton.
to ask the Scottish Government what financial analysis it has carried out of the impact that restrictions on the hospitality sector will have on the wider supply chain.
Ferguson.
Presiding Officer, the measures that have been introduced for the hospitality sector have, like other sectors, been driven by the need to protect public health and drive down transmission of the virus. Economic concerns, however, are important and have, where possible, been balanced in the decision-making progress through the four harms approach that the Scottish Government has adopted, that being of direct and indirect health impacts, societal impacts and economic impacts.
Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And may I draw members to my resignation? Resignation? Register of interests. No resignation. Register of interests. So I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. As he will be aware, the impact of restrictions has had a detrimental effect on the hospitality supply chain, especially breweries, merchants, laundry services and wholesalers. Cabinet Secretary, businesses want answers. They want certainty. Will the Cabinet Secretary commit to publishing in full the data and scientific evidence behind decisions made for the restrictions put in place today, which may, quite frankly, possibly be the death knell for the hospitality industry?
Ferguson.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear the members not resigning so that we can continue to work together on tourism interests. And I'm very happy to assure and inform the member that I've worked very closely with, for example, the Wholesale Society, and to make sure that so far as possible financial assistance has been available to some of the members who, as she correctly says, are a vital part of the jigsaw in the supply chain to many businesses in tourism and the wider rural economy. The Scottish Government has provided £2.3 billion of assistance. Presiding Officer, every day I'm involved correctly in calls, discussions, engagements, video links with the tourism industry every day, doing our best to assist them and working hard with them. I know how they are suffering. It's just such a shame that the UK government refused to extend the furlough, which was providing an absolute lifeline for so many people in Scotland. And it's not too late for the Chancellor of the Exchequer to reconsider that imprudent decision, which is likely to cost so many people in Scotland their jobs.
That concludes questions on that portfolio. Apologies to those that I wasn't able to call for supplementaries. That's about the time people are taking questions and answers. Could I ask both members and ministers in the next portfolio section to bear that in mind so we can get through them all? And that portfolio is transport, infrastructure and connectivity. So please, if you wish a supplementary question, press your request to speak button or the R button if you're joining us remotely. And question number 1 is Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with the UK Government regarding changes to infrastructure and consequent improvements to the region's arterial routes that will be required for the Port of Cairnryan after the Brexit transition period ends.
Michael Matheson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government officials have been engaged with the UK Government how the end of the transition period could impact on the ports. But plans are vague and even now many questions remain unanswered from the UK Government. The lack of clarity about import and export processes under the Northern Ireland Protocol is undermining our ability to implement infrastructure and operational readiness requirements. However, we are progressing our appraisal on potential transport interventions which will contribute most to the National Transport Strategy, including the 23 recommendations from the South West Scotland Transport Study, some of which are for the A75 and A77 improvements.
Emma Harper.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. I know I raised issues of Cairnryan at the Rural Committee this morning, and it is concerning that there is a lack of clarity around what's happening with the Port of Cairnryan. It is a strategic route for Ireland and the South West of Scotland. Given this, can the Cabinet Secretary outline what impact he expects the lack of planning combined with the need for checks at the border will have on movement through Cairnryan and on its surrounding arterial routes, the A75 and the A77?
Michael Matheson.
Presiding Officer, I am aware that Emma Harper raised this matter this morning with me when I was at the REC committee, but what I can, and I think is important for members to recognise, what I can say is that as yet the UK Government have not confirmed or agreed with the EU what checks will be required between Northern Ireland and Scotland. We do not want to introduce new controls. However, we have a responsibility to inspect certain commodities and we're engaged with the UK Government to try and get these necessary preparations underway. The ports are of course adjacent to a strategic road network, providing access to the rest of the UK. Nonetheless, we are considering enhancements for the A75 and A77. We will, of course, continue to pursue this matter with the UK Government, but it is a matter of very serious concern that we've been provided with a lack of clarity on what arrangements need to be put in place at this particular port. And it's absolutely critical we get clarity on that sooner rather than later.
Supplementary from Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if the Scottish Government has analysed the potential cost to the Scottish economy of the loss of business that is already happening from the Port of Kinryan to Belfast route as they migrate across to the Dublin, Heysham, Liverpool route due to the poor road and rail infrastructure in the southwest of Scotland?
Michael Matheson.
Presiding Officer, as is very clear that we as a government are committed to looking at further infrastructure investment in the southwest of Scotland, as was set out in the South West Scotland Transport Corridor study. I don't think it befits anyone that is elected to the southwest of Scotland to talk down the existing infrastructure within the area. But what he can be absolutely assured of is that our priority is not having a 6-lane M8. It is about making sure we get the right infrastructure in areas such as the southwest of Scotland, and that's what we are committed to doing.
Question number 2, Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the provision of superfast broadband in the Strathkelvin and Bearsden constituency.
Paul Wheelhouse.
Latest figures produced by Ofcom show that 97% of premises in Strathkelvin and Bearsden can already access a superfast broadband connection. Our Reaching 100% programme will ensure that every home and business can access superfast broadband by the end of 2021. This commitment will be delivered through the R100 contracts for North, Central and South Scotland, our Scottish Broadband Voucher Scheme and commercial deployment within Strathkelvin and Bearsden area. Ms Mackay's constituents will either benefit through commercial deployment or through our investment, and our online checker can show people when they might expect work to begin to connect their premises.
Rona Mackay.
Thank the Minister for that answer. My constituents in Baldernock have been patiently waiting for fibre broadband connection for many years and are now finally on course to receive it. However, there have been delays due to incorrect data being collected, and this is crucial in the R100 procurement status. Can the Minister confirm if this issue has been looked at with some urgency to allow households to take advantage of the voucher scheme and finally get connected?
Paul Wheelhouse.
Thank Rona Mackay for that question. Certainly Ms Mackay raised a very important matter, and I know there's been exchanges of emails over the last week on this. The status reported in our online checker is informed by data sourced from commercial providers, and this data is then cross-checked against other data sources to ensure consistency before it's reflected in our online address checker. There are agreed monitoring plans in place with regular updates received from broadband providers throughout the year, and any changes reflected in the online checker. In a dataset of more than 2.8 million premises, however, we can expect that there may be some discrepancies, as is the case in Baldernock. I want to reassure Ms Mackay that the R100 team is speaking to the Community Council and broadband providers in the area to resolve this issue as quickly as possible, but rest assured any premises that find themselves outside the coverage of the R100 programme itself can get superfast broadband from from a commercial provider, can get superfast broadband through the R100's Scottish Broadband Voucher Scheme, and I look forward to keeping in touch with Ms Mackay on that.
Question number 3, Michelle Ballantyne.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government when the conclusion of the review of the upgrade to Sheriff Hall Roundabout will be published.
Michael Matheson.
The review work being undertaken on Sheriff Hall forms part of our statutory responsibility to fully consider objections and representations received to the proposed scheme. I understand that Transport Scotland recently held a productive workshop with officials from the various City Region deal partners, and that the review work is now developed sufficiently to progress the resolution of objections. The conclusion of the review will be shared in due course as we continue to take forward the statutory process for the scheme.
Michelle Ballantyne.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. As you will know, councils across the south east of Scotland are dealing with rapidly rising populations. They're sticking to their end of the deal by building more affordable homes, but they are being let down when it comes to access to our city. We need development at Sheriff Hall, and we do need it urgently. I understand that the funding for the upgrade is already in place, but can you confirm, has any deal been done to delay or stop this development? And can you say that there won't be a delay to the scheme once you get the results of this review? And can you start to give a firm date for when the ground will be broken at Sheriff Hall?
Michael Matheson.
Presiding Officer, several different issues raised in there. The first is that no, there is no plan to stop this project. It's still one which we are very much committed to. It's £120 million of investment, which forms part of the South East Scotland City Region deal, which we are progressing. The review is looking at the feasibility and desirability to enhance active travel and public transport infrastructure in the actual project itself, and that's what it has a specific focus on. And the need to do that is reflected in the statutory process that has to be undertaken, and that is that where objections are received, and there have been objections, that we have to look to try and address those. If we can't get the objections removed, then it will go to a public local inquiry. That all then determines the actual timescale for delivery of the project. So there's a statutory process that we have to undertake here, and part of that gives the opportunity for those who are landowners, residents and businesses to make objections, and those have to be taken seriously and considered. And that's exactly what's happening at this particular point. And once that statutory process has been completed and concluded, you can then set the time frame for the completion of the project itself.
Short supplementary, please, from Christine Graham.
Take your advice, certainly, Deputy President. Cabinet Secretary, your colleague, the Finance Secretary, told Parliament yesterday that the delay to the UK Government's budget would of necessity mean the Scottish Government budget for next year would be provisional, and that uncertainty running into billions of pounds. Will the UK budget delay and the knock-on effect of the Scottish Government's budget impact on the timetable for improvements to the Sheriff Hall roundabout, otherwise known to cyclists as the meat blender?
Michael Matheson.
Presiding Officer, there is serious concern about if there is delays to settling budgets, that it could have an impact on a whole range of projects that are presently being undertaken and are also planned, which is why it's absolutely critical that the UK Government recognise the importance of giving clarity to the Scottish Government in terms of budgetary requirements. Alongside that, we saw in the course of the last week the announcement of a union connectivity review with a desire on the part of the UK Government to start to set priorities, project priorities on transport in Scotland, and what appears to be an intention to almost cut part of our capital spending allocation so that it can be reprioritised to the areas that they see as being a priority. The type of what we can see power grab that has become we've become accustomed to from the UK Government, but one that could, the type of approach that could have an impact on the very project that Christine Graham has made reference to, that Michelle Ballantyne says is critical to the Edinburgh economy, the type of short-sightedness we have come to be used to from the UK Government in these matters.
Question number 4, Joan Lamont.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with transport operators in Glasgow regarding compliance with the wearing of face coverings on public transport.
Excuse me, Ms Lamont. We're now on question 4. Question 3 is over, so can we please stop shouting across the chamber? Ms Lamont, if you would start again. Sorry about that.
It's usually me that's getting a row for shouting, so it's nice being a different side of the matter. Anyway, to ask the Scottish Government what discussions it's had with transport operators in Glasgow regarding compliance with the wearing of face coverings on public transport.
Michael Matheson.
Transport Scotland is in regular dialogue with transport operators who have been reminded, as per Scottish Government guidance, that they are expected to consider displaying prominent signage highlighting that face coverings must be worn, and also that their staff may inquire if a passenger is not wearing a face covering and remind them of their legal obligation to do so unless they are exempt. Transport Scotland officials continue to monitor, in conjunction with operators, levels of compliance with the legislation. Guidance and legislation remains under review.
Joan Lamont.
Thank you. In recent weeks, there have been several reports regarding the significant number of people not wearing a mask in buses. Just last week, First Bus contacted every school in Glasgow over concerns about the significant number of pupils flouting the rules, a situation which, quote, is putting drivers' lives at risk. Given this concern, will the Minister himself directly make a commitment to engage with transport operators in Glasgow, Police Scotland, Glasgow City Council and all the relevant agencies to ensure enough support is in place to protect drivers in operating safely and to ensure that all passengers are aware of and cooperate with the national guidance?
Michael Matheson.
Presiding Officer, Joan Lamont raises an important issue, and I recognise the concerns which she has expressed, which is why we have regular dialogue with transport operators to make sure that they are reinforcing the message around the need to wear face coverings. The member raises a specific issue around school pupils. This was an issue which was identified a number of weeks ago when the schools returned after the summer term. And at that particular point, we took proactive action in engaging directly with local authorities to make sure that they were communicating the need for face coverings to be worn by school pupils when they were on public transport. Alongside that, at particular locations, for example, we have worked with British Transport Police and Police Scotland to make sure that there are officers at key hubs encouraging school pupils to make sure that they have face coverings. But what I can assure the member is that we will continue to engage with local authorities to make sure that they're getting that message across as effectively as possible to parents and to the school pupils themselves. And we'll continue to look at what further measures we can take in order to make sure that we encourage people to wear face coverings when they're on public transport, not only for their own protection, but critically also for those who work on our public transport system.
Excuse me, Ms Crowell-Hamilton, there's a bit of a loud discussion going on here at the back. If you want to carry it on, could you go elsewhere?
Dubiety over the seating plan that was drawn up by the Bureau.
Is this a point of order, Mr Mountain?
It is a point of order.
Okay, point of order, Mr Mountain.
There is some dubiety about the seating plan, and I'm being asked to vacate the seat. My understanding from the Bureau maps that was produced that the seats have been allocated, this one to the Conservative and 2 to the Liberal Democrats. If that is entirely wrong, Presiding Officer, I am happy to move out of the chamber on your instructions.
Okay, well, I'm not going to start telling people where to sit, so can I refer you to your business manager, please, and to members of other groups who have problems to their business managers as well. And could I ask those in the chamber who don't have questions to ask if they could keep the noise down a bit. And I call question 5, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what assessment it has made of the potential impact on traffic levels on the A90, M90 of planned housing developments.
Michael Matheson.
Scottish planning policy sets out that planning authorities are expected to appraise the impact of their development plan, SPATO strategies, including planned housing developments on the transport network. This should include the potential impact on the trunk road traffic and identification of mitigation measures where appropriate. Transport Scotland collects and processes land use allocation data, including those for planned housing development, from every planning authority in Scotland every 2 years. This data is used in relevant land use and transport models to appraise transport interventions as required.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for that reply. Last week, a developer unveiled a new master plan for Echlin in Queensferry. This involves 1,000 new homes, as well as new supermarkets, shops and restaurants. It's a massive development. However, without changes to the A90 access at Queensferry, the key road in and out of the town will have to run through the middle of this new estate and right past the new primary school. The Scottish Government has previously refused my request to consider reopening the old Forth Road Bridge A90 slip roads. However, with this massive new plan, this change has become critical. So will he agree to meet with me and local councillors to ensure that we can get a solution that works for this growing part of my constituency?
Michael Matheson.
Well, first of all, I should reassure the member that as it stands at the present moment, before the planning application can be considered in detail, there will be a need for a full transport assessment to be undertaken as part of that planning process. My understanding is for this particular development that the planning assessment is to consider several key areas which would all have an impact on the existing local road network and also on the M90 at the Queensferry crossing area. What I can assure the member is that once that transport assessment has been completed, it will be considered by Transport Scotland officials. And following that assessment, they'll be in a position where they can identify what mitigation measures would need to be put in place. So what I'd say to the member is that there is an assessment process that needs to be undertaken in relation to transport, and once that assessment has been completed, we'll be in a better position to understand what appropriate mitigation measures need to be put in place.
Quick supplementary, please, from Mark Ruskell.
One significant way to reduce traffic levels on the M90 would be to extend the Edinburgh tram line to Fife. But the regional spatial strategy does identify that councils and developers will not have the funds to be able to put a project like that forward and successfully to complete it. What kind of commitment can the government give to funding projects that have been identified by the spatial strategy for the region?
Michael Matheson.
Well, the member correctly identifies a project of this nature would be a matter for the local authorities to consider taking forward, and at the present moment they've made no representation to myself in relation to a project of that nature. However, it would be one which we'd be happy to engage with them on if that was their intentions, but it is one that they would have to fund through their own existing funding structure.
Question number 6, Sandra White.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the enforcement of the pavement and double parking provisions in the Transport Scotland Act 2019.
Michael Matheson.
The Transport Scotland Act 2019 is a multi-topic act with an extensive number of statutory instruments needed to implement the various parts. Progress in each part of the Act, including the parking prohibitions, is dependent on parliamentary timescales and priorities, which have been affected by the current COVID-19 outbreak and EU exit preparations. Given these factors and the fact that the work on the secondary legislation programme is in an early stage, we are currently unable to give a precise date as to when the pavement and double parking prohibitions will come into force. However, I will ensure that Parliament is kept up to date on these matters.
Sandra White.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his reply and also the very detailed reply to the letter correspondence which I sent him. I understand the situation with COVID and legislation going through, but can the Cabinet, and obviously will update the Parliament, can the Cabinet Secretary, I can't give definitive times, but whether, can he indicate whether this guidance will be finalised before dissolution?
Michael Matheson.
Sign off, implementation planning for the parking provisions in the Act were paused, as I mentioned, during the course of the pandemic. That work has now restarted, so I want to reassure the member it is a priority. We try to make progress with that, and officials are currently developing an updated timeline for the secondary legislation and the consultation requirements for the implementation of the parking provisions within the Act, and I can assure the member is kept up to speed with that. Alongside that, my officials have also engaged extensively with stakeholders, including local authorities, on the development of the parking standards guidance, which will underpin the parking provisions. So I will ensure that we make progress with this as quickly as we can, and I'll certainly make sure that the member is kept up to date with the timelines around the provisions within the Act.
Number 7, John Scott.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what plans it has to improve road connectivity in South Ayrshire.
Michael Matheson.
This Government recognises the importance of a connected, safe, resilient and high-quality strategic transport network for South Ayrshire. Since 2007, we've invested £75 million in the maintenance of the A77, £50 million on the A78 and are spending £29 million on building the Mabel bypass. Good progress is being made on the construction of the bypass, which will provide benefits for the residents of Mabel, as well as improving connections to the port of Loch Ryan. Any further enhancements to either the A77 or the A78 is a matter for consideration as part of the STPR2 process.
John Scott.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer. However, he will be aware that both the Dutch House roundabout and the Whitlets roundabout were identified as pinch points in the Strategic Transport Review number 2. You will also be aware of the need for the dualling of the A77 between the Whitlets and Holmeston roundabout, which was identified in the first Strategic Projects Review in 2008. To date, no action has been taken on upgrading these roundabouts or dualling the A77. So will the Cabinet Secretary give a commitment to these projects that will now indeed be taken forward?
I'd appreciate a quick answer, Cabinet Secretary Michael Matheson.
I can certainly give the member a commitment that we will consider these issues as part of the STPR2 process, as has been identified in the initial appraisal which was published a number of months ago for the South West of Scotland.
Question number 8, Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to make the transport system more affordable and accessible for people living in poverty.
Michael Matheson.
The National Transport Strategy, which underpins our investment in these areas, sets reducing inequalities as a key priority and states that everyone in Scotland will share in the benefits of modern and accessible transport system. The first annual National Transport Strategy Delivery Plan will be published by the end of this year, setting out our actions to deliver the strategy's priorities. In 2019, there were 1.4 million people with national concessionary travel cards in Scotland. We are progressing a review of concessionary travel on all public transport to those under the age of 26 and have begun the necessary preparatory work to deliver a national concessionary travel scheme for free bus travel for under-19s.
Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This year's Challenge Poverty Week takes place against the backdrop of COVID-19, but even before the pandemic we saw a rising tide of poverty, and a key cause was high costs with transport in particular, which is often unaffordable for people on low incomes. So can the Cabinet Secretary tell us what the new timescale is for the introduction of free bus travel for people under the age of 19? And will he listen to the calls from Poverty Alliance to urgently extend this to all under 25s who are hardest hit at the moment by unemployment, and also those on universal credit, to loosen the grip of poverty on their lives?
Michael Matheson.
Presiding Officer, I can assure the member that as part of the review that we are undertaking on the present concessionary schemes is that tackling child poverty is a key element that is being considered as part of that assessment, and I expect that work to be completed by the end of this year. Given that work was also paused during the course of the pandemic on preparations around the concessionary travel for under-19s, that work has now restarted and we are looking to identify the time frame for its delivery going forward. But I can assure the member that tackling poverty, and in particular young people who experience poverty and the difficulty that can cause for them associated with the cost of transport, that's a central part of the factor we're considering as part of the review work that's already been undertaken.
That concludes portfolio questions. Apologies to those that I wasn't able to take the supplementaries, and we'll move on to the next item of business.
Thank you, colleagues. Now, our next item of business is a statement by the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, on COVID-19. The First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement. I would encourage all members who wish to ask a question to press their request to speak buttons. And I call on the First Minister.
Presiding Officer, I will update the Chamber today on the current position in relation to COVID. I'll give an assessment of the current course of the pandemic, propose difficult but important temporary measures to stem the increase in cases, set out how we will support businesses affected by them, and update the Chamber on the longer-term work we are doing to further improve our ability to live with COVID. In all of this, I will be very frank about the challenges we face and the difficult balances we must try to strike. None of this is easy. I am acutely aware that in every decision we take, lives and jobs are at stake, and I want to assure not just the Chamber but the country that none of these decisions are taken lightly. First, though, let me give a summary of the daily statistics that were published a short time ago. Since yesterday, an additional 1,054 cases have been confirmed. That represents 13% of people newly tested and takes the total number of cases to 34,760. A total of 319 patients are currently in hospital with confirmed COVID. That is an increase of 57 since yesterday. And 28 people are in intensive care, which is an increase of 3 since yesterday. I regret to also report that one further death has been registered of a patient who had been confirmed as having the virus, and the total number of deaths in Scotland under that measurement is now 2,533. National Records of Scotland, though, has also published its weekly update today that includes cases where COVID is a suspected or contributory cause of death. Today's update shows that by last Sunday, the total number of registered deaths linked to COVID was 4,276. 20 of those deaths were registered last week. That is the highest weekly number of deaths since late June. Every single one of these deaths represents the loss of an irreplaceable individual, and again I want to send my condolences to all those who are currently grieving. These figures illustrate the rising challenge we again face from this virus. That challenge is also set out starkly in an evidence paper published today by the Scottish Government's senior clinical advisers, the Chief Medical Officer, the Chief Nursing Officer and the National Clinical Director. It assesses our current situation in relation to COVID, and it explains, as I will try to do in this statement, why we must introduce additional measures to control the virus, why it is urgent that we act now, and why we have decided upon the specific actions that I am setting out today. Before I come on to that, though, let me emphasise some of the more positive elements of our current position, because it is important, I think, for the morale of all of us, that we don't forget that progress has been made. It might not feel this way, but the situation now is better than it was in March. We are benefiting from the sacrifices made over the summer by driving the virus to very low levels. Then we have helped to ensure that even after several weeks of increases, the estimated total number of cases is currently just 13% of the peak level back in March. Cases are rising, but not as quickly as they were then. In addition, and most importantly of all, we now have Test and Protect teams across the country who are doing exceptional work. Test and Protect is now bearing a lot of the strain of controlling the virus. And of course, we understand more now about how to reduce the risk of transmission by meeting outdoors rather than indoors if possible, wearing face coverings, cleaning our hands thoroughly and keeping our distance from people in other households. So while there are significant restrictions still in place and they are hard and painful, we are living much more freely now than in the spring and early summer. And we are determined, if at all possible, that this will continue. So I want to be clear, we are not going back into lockdown today. We are not closing schools, colleges or universities. We are not halting the remobilisation of the NHS for non-COVID care, and we are not asking people to stay at home. So while the measures I announced today will feel like a backward step, and in many respects I know they are in the interests of protecting our progress overall. It is by taking tough but necessary action now that we hope to avoid even tougher action in future. Let me turn now in more detail to the state of the virus. The need for action is highlighted by the daily figures I reported a moment ago, but more fundamentally in the evidence paper published today. It's worth remembering that when I updated Parliament just over 2 weeks ago, the average number of new cases being reported each day was 285. That was up from 102 3 weeks previously. Now we are reporting an average of 788 new cases each day. In addition, I can report that in the 7 days up to Monday, the number of people in hospital with COVID increased by almost 80%. And the number of people who died with COVID last week was the highest for 14 weeks. In fact, there was the same number of deaths in the last week alone as in the whole of the previous month. The increase in the numbers of people in hospital with and sadly dying from COVID reflect the rise we are now seeing in new cases amongst older age groups. In the second half of September, cases were rising most rapidly in the younger age groups, but in the past week, cases in people over 80 years old increased by 60%, and cases in the 60 to 79-year-old age group more than doubled. And we're seeing geographic as well as demographic spread. Without a doubt, and by some distance, the highest levels of infection are across the Central Belt. We are particularly concerned about Greater Glasgow and Clyde, Lanarkshire, Ayrshire and Arran, Lothian and Forth Valley, and that will be reflected in what I say later. But that should not obscure the fact that numbers are rising across the country. The majority of our health board areas are now recording more than 50 new cases per 100,000 of their population each week, and virtually every health board area has a rising number of cases. The only exceptions are Orkney and Shetland, and even they have had cases in recent weeks. There is also, as we speak, a significant outbreak in the Western Isles. So the need to act, and to act across the country, is clear. What is also clear is the need to take additional action now. I mentioned earlier that prevalence of the virus is currently around 13% of its March peak. However, we estimate that the number of new COVID cases is currently growing by around 7% each day. So without action, and this is perhaps the starkest warning in today's evidence paper, we are likely to return to the peak level of infections we had in the spring by the end of this month. It's also instructive to consider the experience of other countries. Our modelling suggests that we are approximately 4 weeks behind France and 6 weeks behind Spain in the resurgence of the virus. Their resurgence, like ours, was initially concentrated amongst younger people, but it spread to other age groups, and they are now seeing significantly more hospital admissions, more people in intensive care and more deaths. It is to interrupt that trajectory that we must act now. Of course, we have already taken perhaps the most important and certainly the most painful step we can to reduce transmission. For the last 12 days, apart from certain limited exceptions, we have not been able to meet up in each other's homes. That should already be making a difference to infection rates, even if, because there's always a time lag between introducing new measures and the impact they have, we're not yet seeing it reflected in our figures. And let me take the opportunity to emphasise again today how vitally important it is that we all stick to that rule. It's incredibly hard for all of us not to visit friends and family or have them visit us, but it is the single most effective measure we can take to stop COVID passing from one household to another. So please stick with it. That measure is vital, but the clinical advice I have received now is that it is not sufficient. We need to do more, and we need to do it now. And to those who will wonder and ask, understandably, if the measures I set out today go too far, let me be very clear about this. If this was a purely one-dimensional decision, if the immediate harm from COVID was all we had to consider, it is very likely that we would go further. But 7 months into this pandemic, I am acutely aware that this is not and cannot be a one-dimensional decision. We have a duty to balance all of the different harms caused by the pandemic. We must consider the direct harm to health from the virus, which must be reduced, but do that alongside the harm being done to jobs and the economy, which in turn, of course, has an impact on people's health and well-being. And we have to consider the wider harms to health and well-being that the virus and the restrictions deployed to control it are having on all of us. For all of these reasons, we are applying a far more targeted approach than we did in March, one which reduces opportunities for the virus to spread while keeping businesses and other activities as open as possible. And we are not recommending that people who shielded over the summer should return to staying completely indoors. We know how damaging that is to your well-being, but we do recommend that you take extra care, especially if you live in the Central Belt. You can now access information about infection levels in your local neighbourhood on the Public Health Scotland website. Let me now set out the additional measures that we are proposing. The measures on hospitality are intended to be in force for 16 days, from this Friday at 6 p.m. to Sunday the 25th of October, inclusive. In other words, across the next 2 weeks and 3 weekends. So firstly, with the exception of the 5 health board areas I will talk about shortly, pubs, bars, restaurants and cafes will be able to operate indoors on the following very restricted basis only. During the day from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the service of food and non-alcoholic drinks only. Hotel restaurants will be able to operate beyond 6 p.m, but only for residents and without alcohol. The reason we are not closing indoor hospitality completely is that we know the benefits in terms of reducing loneliness and isolation, of giving people, particularly those who live alone, somewhere they can meet a friend for a coffee and a chat. But the restrictions will be strictly applied, and all the current regulations and the limits on meeting a maximum of 6 people from 2 households in indoor public places will still apply. Again, with the exception of the Central Belt areas I will mention shortly, bars, pubs, restaurants and cafes can continue to serve alcohol outdoors up to the existing curfew time of 10 p.m. and subject to the 6-2 rule on group size. There will be an exemption to these rules in all parts of Scotland, Presiding Officer. It's important to stress this, for celebrations associated with specific life events, such as weddings that are already booked and funerals. The current rules for those will continue to apply. These are the new measures that will take effect nationwide. However, because of the significantly higher levels of infection in the Central Belt, we are introducing stricter restrictions in the following 5 Health Board areas: Greater Glasgow and Clyde, Lanarkshire, Ayrshire and Arran, Lothian and Forth Valley. In these areas, all licensed premises, with the exception of hotels for residents, will be required to close indoors and outdoors, though takeaways will be permitted. Hotels, as I've said, will remain open for residents. Cafes which don't have an alcohol licence will be able to stay open until 6 p.m. to support social isolation. In addition, snooker and pool halls, indoor bowling alleys, casinos and bingo halls will close in these areas for 2 weeks from the 10th of October. Contact sports for people aged 18 and over will be suspended for the next 2 weeks, with an exception for professional sport, and indoor group exercise activities will not be allowed, although the current rules will remain in place for under 18s. Gyms can remain open for individual exercise, and outdoor live events will not be permitted in these 5 regions for the next 2 weeks. And finally, we're asking people living in these 5 Health Board areas to avoid public transport unless it is absolutely necessary, for example, for going to school or work if home working is not an option. We are not imposing mandatory travel restrictions at this stage, and specifically, we are not insisting that people cancel any half-term breaks that they have planned. But in general, we are advising people living in Greater Glasgow and Clyde, Lanarkshire, Ayrshire and Arran, Lothian and Forth Valley not to travel outside the Health Board area they live in if they don't need to. And likewise, people in other parts of Scotland should not travel to these areas if they don't need to. More detail of all that I have just set out will be available on the Scottish Government website. I now want to set out some of the reasoning behind these decisions, and particularly the focus on hospitality. I know that the vast majority of pubs, bars and restaurants have worked exceptionally hard over the past few months to ensure the safety of their staff and customers, and I'm deeply grateful to them for that, and I know how tough these, albeit temporary restrictions are for the hospitality sector. But the evidence paper published today sets out why these settings present a particular risk. The R number seems to have risen above 1 approximately 3 weeks after the hospitality sector opened up, and we know that more than 1/5 of people contacted by Test and Protect report having visited a hospitality setting. It doesn't absolutely mean that is where they got the virus, but it does show that these settings pose a particular risk of transmitting the virus. And that makes sense from what we know about how the virus is spread. Indoor environments where different households from different age groups can mix inevitably present a risk of transmission. That risk can be increased in some hospitality premises if good ventilation is difficult and if it is hard to control the movement of people. And of course, the presence of alcohol can affect people's willingness to physically distance. For all of these reasons, significantly restricting licensed premises for 16 days temporarily removes one of the key opportunities the virus has to jump from household to household. Of course, we have already restricted the other of those, which is transmission within our own homes. And this is an essential part of our efforts to get the R number back below 1. It's also worth noting that many other countries are right now introducing restrictions on hospitality, no doubt for the same reasons. Ireland, France, Germany and Belgium have announced a variety of different measures over the past few days. I mentioned earlier that one of the things we are trying to do is balance the public health harm caused by COVID with wider economic and social harms. I know that the measures we are proposing today, although they are temporary, will have a significant impact on many businesses, and I am sorry for that. But since the government is placing an obligation on businesses, we also have an obligation to help them financially. So I can announce today that we are making available immediately an additional £40 million to support businesses that will be affected by these measures over the next 2 weeks. We will work with the affected sectors, obviously especially hospitality, in the coming days to ensure that this money provides the most help to those who most need it and that it gets to them as quickly as possible. For the rest of this month, businesses can also still use the UK Government's job retention scheme, the furlough scheme. However, that now requires a significant contribution from employers. So one of the things we will discuss with businesses in relation to our own support package is how we can mitigate some or all of that contribution. As I have indicated, our intention is that these additional measures will be in place for just over 2 weeks, incorporating 3 weekends from 6 p.m. on Friday for hospitality to Sunday the 25th of October. Of course, we will keep the situation under review between now and then and keep Parliament updated. But we hope that the restrictions already in place and those I have announced today will stem the increase in new cases. But I can't stress enough that fundamentally is down to all of us. The more we comply with all of the restrictions and all of the advice, the more effective they will be. It's also important, because we do want these measures to be temporary, that we use the next 2 weeks to prepare, protect and prevent, to further strengthen our resilience and our ability to live alongside this virus. So I can confirm that we will also, over the next period, take the following steps. Firstly, we will introduce regulations to extend further the mandatory use of face coverings in indoor communal settings. This will include, for example, staff canteens and corridors in workplaces. We will take action to strengthen compliance with the different strands of the facts advice, focusing particularly on areas where we know from our own research that compliance is not yet high enough, for example, the need to self-isolate. I can also confirm that from this weekend and across Scotland, we are asking shops to return to 2-metre physical distancing and asking them to reintroduce the mitigations they put in place earlier in the pandemic, for example, one-way systems in supermarkets. We will also work across all other sectors to review and, where necessary, tighten the guidance and regulation on their operating practices. And in addition, over the next 2 weeks, we will be conducting a further review of our testing strategy, setting out the further steps we will take to expand capacity, which is already well underway, and build resilience, and also the further steps we will take to extend testing to more people and more groups of people in our society without symptoms. And lastly, we will finalise a strategic framework setting out the different levels of intervention which can be adopted in future, either locally or across Scotland, depending on how the virus is spreading. We very much hope to align this broad framework with those being considered by other UK nations, although of course each nation will take its own decisions on implementation. We will, subject of course to Parliament's agreement, put this strategic framework to a debate and vote in Parliament in the week after the October recess. Presiding Officer, I am well aware that the measures I have outlined today are disruptive to many businesses, obviously especially hospitality businesses, and they will be unwelcome to many people across the country. But although they are significant, as they need to be to make an impact, they do not represent a lockdown. In fact, they are designed to reduce the likelihood of a future lockdown. We're not requiring people to stay inside all day as we were earlier in the year. Schools will stay open, learning will continue in our universities and colleges, shops will continue to trade, businesses like manufacturing and construction will continue. And these new restrictions are intended to last for 16 days. They are intended to be short, sharp action to arrest a worrying increase in infection. Although they are temporary, though, they are needed. Without them, there is a very real risk, Presiding Officer, that the virus will run out of control by the end of this month. But with them, we hope to slow down its spread, and that will help us keep schools and businesses, including hospitality businesses, open over the winter. And fundamentally, it will also save lives. So I'm asking everybody across the country to please follow these new rules and continue to take the other basic steps, difficult but basic steps, that we know will protect you and each other. Please do not visit each other's homes for now. Work from home if you can. Download the Protect Scotland app if you can and haven't already done so. And of course, remember facts. Face coverings, avoid crowded places, clean hands and hard surfaces, 2-metre distancing, and self-isolate and get tested if you have symptoms. Sticking to all of this isn't easy, and after 7 long months, it is harder than it has ever been. But it is essential. It is the best way to look out for each other, and now more than ever, we all need that spirit of love and solidarity that has served us so well. And hard though it is to believe it right now, all the hard sacrifices we are making will hasten the brighter days that do lie ahead. The pandemic will pass, so let's do all we can to help each other through it. Let's stick with it, and above all, let's stick together. And my thanks again to everybody across the country for everything you are doing.
Thank you very much, First Minister. The First Minister will now take questions. Ruth Davidson.
Thank you, and I thank the First Minister for advance notice of her statement. When the First Minister stood here 15 days ago to reintroduce national restrictions for the first time since lockdown had started to be lifted, I said that the Scottish public were steeling themselves for a long, hard winter. In the last fortnight, they've not been allowed to visit friends or family in their own home. The number of households they can meet in public spaces, both indoor and out, has been curtailed. Businesses that were looking to reopen have remained closed, and those who had been allowed to trade again have seen their hours cut. That's been a bitter pill to swallow for many, but they've done it. And they've done it because they were told that if they did, it would stop the rise of infections that we'd started to see. And people are now being asked to give up even more. They can see that cases are rising, and they are willing to act, to stick by the rules and to do their bit. But we need to acknowledge that the First Minister's announcement today is putting further massive restrictions on people's lives and livelihoods. In the weeks ahead, the whole country will be in the firing line, but perhaps no more so than Scotland's hospitality sector. Like other small businesses, they are looking to the First Minister for a clear statement of what support they can expect. Yesterday, the Scottish Federation of Small Business said that the bare minimum that those in business expect is for the Scottish Government to set out their new package of help at the same time as they detail any new restrictions. Well, we've had the headline figure today, but we don't have what small businesses really need, the details, and they can't afford to wait. Many are running on empty, all reserves are gone. So what they want to know today is, how much can their business apply for, how do they apply, and how long will it take for any money to reach them?
First Minister.
These are all perfectly legitimate points and questions. Can I say, I know how tough this is for people, you know, I am aware of that in every single decision I take. I'm very aware of the fact that these are horrendously difficult decisions to take, but that is as nothing compared to how difficult it is to live with the consequences of them. And there is not a moment of any day that that is not very much in my mind. On hospitality, the other thing I would say before I come on to hospitality and businesses is we see a rising tide of infections across the UK, across Europe, across the world. This is still an accelerating global pandemic. This is very difficult, and it feels incredibly difficult for people right now. And it is important not to underplay that, but it is equally important not to underplay the progress that we have made that allows us to have much more freedom now than we did in lockdown earlier in the year. And it's important that we stick with these restrictions in order to preserve that. It's also important for me to pay tribute to and thank, on behalf, I'm sure, of people across the country, the Test and Protect teams who are doing so much work across every part of Scotland to try to bear as much as possible of the strain of controlling the virus, and that is a significant step forward from the position earlier in the year. I'd make 2 points about hospitality, and they refer to small businesses in particular, but it's particularly hospitality businesses that are affected by what I have announced today. Firstly, I am conscious, and this is not intended as a criticism of decisions that any other governments are taking, but because we have done it to some extent as well with the 10 p.m. curfew. There has been a tendency in recent weeks to keep hospitality businesses open, but restrict more and more what they can do. So effectively get them into a position where they may feel as if they are all but closed and not give financial support to help them. We've decided today to take, I think, a more honest position and to put further restrictions on hospitality, but to offer significant additional financial help. And I think that is a more honest and more straightforward way of treating the sector at this time. The question about the packages is also an important one. I've made clear today there is significant additional funding that will be made available. I looked yesterday at different options for how this money could be allocated. And what I decided to do is take a day or so after this announcement to allow consultation with the sector, so that we can hear from them how they think this money should be best allocated, the priorities for it and what package would best meet their needs. That's not a process I want to take a long time, but I think it is important, given the impact on the sector, to allow them to have that input. And we then want, as we did earlier on with Aberdeen for that money to flow quickly to affected businesses. But it is important to recognise that where there have been restrictions on hospitality over recent weeks, in all parts of the UK, it hasn't come with additional financial support. We're changing that today and making sure that the burden that these businesses will bear in the next 2 weeks is reflected in the support that we're providing.
Thank you. Richard Leonard.
Thank you. And can I thank the First Minister for advance sight of her statement? The Scottish hospitality sector is not Sodom and Gomorrah and should not be treated as such. Why doesn't the First Minister consider closing down those businesses which are not complying with guidance instead of shutting down every single business serving 70% of the population, including those which are fully complying? Where is the evidence that COVID is spreading in all hospitality settings to warrant a blanket ban on all of these establishments? Can the First Minister explain the terms of the review after the initial 16 days? And can the First Minister outline how the £40 million mitigation the Government is proposing for those hospitality businesses forced to shut down will be distributed? If she's going to have a consultation, will she speak to the trade unions, and will she take into account that every single worker, as well as every single business, should be covered for all of their losses, including those young workers, many of whom are on minimum hours or 0 hours contracts?
First Minister.
I'll touch on the financial part of Richard Leonard's questions. I think my answer to Ruth Davison answers the question. This is taking a day or two to talk to the sector to make sure that as we allocate that money, we're doing it in the way they think is going to best help the businesses affected, and I think that is an important thing to do. Let me stress that we are digging deep to provide this support because we think it is the right and necessary thing to do given the restrictions that are inevitably being announced today. But we are also seeking to work with the UK Government for additional support to be made available across the 4 nations, and the other devolved administrations are pressing this point again for any steps that we have to take in future because our budget is finite and it is not possible for us to continue to take these compensatory steps beyond where we are right now. Of course, we'll talk to the trade unions. We will talk to the trade unions in everything we do, but of course we want to make sure this money gets to businesses as quickly and as effectively as possible. On the point of evidence, I don't know if Richard Leonard has had an opportunity, possibly not, because I think it was just published shortly before the statement today. The evidence paper that has been prepared and published from the Chief Medical Officer, the Chief Nursing Officer and the National Clinical Director looks at the evidence that we are putting forward for the focus of these restrictions. This is not hospitality's fault. Nobody is pointing the finger of blame. It is not. 2 things I think it's important to point out. One is we cannot, in any case of the virus, it takes genomic sequencing to do this, but test and protect, when they interview people to see where they've been when they test positive, that does not necessarily mean that if they say they've been in a pub or a restaurant, they got it there. But it does show that it is an exposure and also somewhere that they could have got it or that they could have transmitted it when they were positive. And because of some of the characteristics of hospitality, sometimes poor ventilation, places where people, particularly with alcohol, are mixing more and not maintaining physical distancing, even where premises are making a significant effort to comply with all of the regulations, as the vast majority are, these are higher risk settings in terms of the virus transmitting. If we want to make a big impact on arresting this rise in cases, there are 2 things that my advisors say we have to do. Limit interaction between households in domestic settings. That's what we've done. And limit interaction between different households and between people generally in other settings where they are more likely to come together, and that obviously includes hospitality. None of this is easy, none of this is straightforward. There are no straightforward, easy solutions to any of this, but we must arrest this increase in order to have and retain as much normality for individuals and businesses as we go forward deeper into the winter. And lastly, on the review, it is our firm intention these measures will be lifted at the end of 2 weeks. That is not, I'm not saying I'll first come back to Parliament and say that. They will be lifted at the end of the 2-week period. But obviously, it stands to reason that we will monitor the virus between now and then, and if there are any changes to any of that, we will report to Parliament. But our intention is these are time-limited measures.
Thank you. Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Absolutely everybody will recognise that these new restrictions are regrettable, but in the face of the rising number of infections, I believe they are necessary. The situation, though, does reinforce the need for continued support for people's incomes, for workers' incomes, not just business owners. The job support scheme is clearly not a sufficiently flexible replacement for furlough, given the need for local and national measures to meet Scotland's particular circumstances. So I would endorse the call on the First Minister to ensure that the £40 million that she's just announced is not only available for business owners, but does support the incomes of the employees in hospitality businesses whose incomes will be affected. I want to note as well the success that people around the world have seen from the country of New Zealand by showing strong leadership which I think we should follow. They have achieved for the second time elimination of community circulation of this virus. They're now able to lift restrictions because they were imposed quickly and clearly enough to drive down infections. This is a lesson that we and other countries should take seriously. I welcome also the review of testing the First Minister has announced. This, as the First Minister knows, has been an issue that Greens have persistently raised with the Scottish Government, and we're all aware of the shortcomings of the UK testing systems. So can the First Minister tell us more about the work being done to build capacity in NHS Scotland to conduct that testing? And does she agree that the review that she's just announced must look at a wider role for regular routine testing for groups within the population?
First Minister.
Can I thank Patrick Harvey? Let me address each of these points. Firstly, on support for workers as opposed to just support for businesses. I absolutely agree. I specifically said in my statement that one of the things we want to talk to businesses about ensuring that our financial package can help with is the contribution that businesses now have to make to the job retention scheme, which is greater than it was in weeks gone by. Businesses can, for the rest of this month, still make use of that scheme and re-furlough workers, but they have to pay a bigger contribution. So we hope that this will help make a contribution to that, and that will, by extension, help workers of these businesses. It is absolutely imperative, though, that we see further action from the UK Government on support for wages for businesses who will continue to be affected by the effects of COVID, but also further financial support for not just Scotland, but for Wales, Northern Ireland and England and parts of England when restrictions have to be imposed. And I would say this week there have been some positive discussions on a Four Nations basis about that, and I would hope we will see progress in the not too distant future. On the point about New Zealand, I, on one level, very much agree. I think there's a lot to admire about New Zealand generally and about their current leadership. I probably shouldn't go too much further on that since they're currently having an election at the moment. But New Zealand has not been without its trade-offs. Every country is making trade-offs, and right now, yes, New Zealand has a different approach domestically, but its borders are completely closed. You cannot come in and out of New Zealand without, at the very least, very, very strict quarantine. We are not geographically New Zealand, obviously, and there are different issues at play in terms of Scotland's integration, not just with other parts of the UK, but with Europe more generally. So no two countries are identical. We look to learn from all countries where we can, but we have to adapt to our own circumstances, and that's what we are seeking to do. And lastly, on testing, we are on NHS capacity. We are in the process of creating a number of regional hubs that will significantly increase NHS capacity. We are also already transferring care home testing over to the NHS in order to give us more capacity through the UK system. But the increased NHS capacity will give us more scope to expand where clinically advised, and I will keep stressing that point, regular routine testing of asymptomatic groups in the population. We are already looking at further groups within the NHS, but within the wider population we will look at that as well. But it's important that that is clinically advised, because my clinical advisors would say that does not always make sense to do in every part of the population. But once we've carried out the review I referred to, we will update Parliament further on the next steps that we're going to take.
And Willie Rennie.
I have personally complimented the First Minister on her communications and continue to support the cautious approach. But like so many people across the country, I am now frustrated and disappointed. Why have we had rumours and hints of greater restrictions for weeks, but no upfront evidence or debate? Then this new set of complex measures to be rushed through in a matter of days with little evidence of the likely impact. What has happened to the route map? And what now for the elimination strategy? People made sacrifices for longer here, but the government did not use that extra time well to get ready for this. For instance, why has it taken until now to agree to asymptomatic testing? To many people, this no longer feels like a strategy, but a series of knee-jerk reactions. I want to work with the First Minister to get this right, but we do need a new route map endorsed by this Parliament that everyone can understand. So will she agree to that?
First Minister.
Not only will I agree to it, I announced it in my statement that we will bring a new strategic framework to the Parliament the week after the October recess for debate and vote. All 4 UK nations are working on similar approaches right now, and what we hope to do is align in terms of that strategic framework, although it will then be down to each of us to decide which levels of it are implemented in each nation or in different parts of each nation. So that will come to Parliament in the week after the October recess. I understand that people are frustrated and depressed. I share the frustration and the depression about all of this situation, although I understand it is much harder for many people across the country than it is for me. But we are, as I keep saying, and is a statement of the obvious in a global pandemic. On the specific points Willie Rennie raised, which are of course legitimate, I constantly have a debate in my own mind about the balance to strike between being open and discursive with people before we reach decisions, to give an insight into the challenges we're grappling with, the factors we're taking into account. That's what we've done over the past couple of weeks. That can then lead to speculation running away from us, and again, that is understandable. The alternative to that is just to keep it all to ourselves and then come today and announce things without any open discussion of the challenges. So we will continue to try to get that balance right. Increasingly, measures are complex, but again, there are difficult balances there. You can be simple and hard, or you can be a bit more targeted, but recognise that the price of that is a bit more complex. We had to do, in our judgment, what we've done for the Central Belt today. The simple thing to do would have been to apply that across the country, but that would have been much too hard for the non-Central Belt parts of the country. So that's where some of the complexity comes from. I've tried to sort of articulate the elimination strategy to Willie Rennie before. I'll have a brief go again. It is always our strategy to eliminate in terms of getting the virus to the lowest possible level. The challenges of doing that ebb and flow depending on the range of restrictions you have in place and are prepared to live with. And of course, we now have the winter effect. But it is still our objective. In fact, we are now signed up across the 4 nations of the UK to a strategy that is about suppressing the virus to the lowest possible level. That's why we're putting additional restrictions in place. If we were happy to let the virus just spread with its own free will, we wouldn't be doing that. It's because we want to suppress, and of course because we suppressed so far over the summer. Although we are in a difficult situation right now, we're not in an out of control situation, which we would be already had we not suppressed so far in the summer. And lastly, on asymptomatic, we do test asymptomatic groups. We test workers in care homes every week, whether they're symptomatic or not. We test groups of NHS staff already, whether they're asymptomatic or not. We do surveillance testing as well. What we are going to do now, which we had always intended to do because we regularly review our testing strategy, is driven by clinical advice, look at where we can go next to extend testing into asymptomatic groups of the population. And as I said to Patrick Harvey, we will update on that once we've had the opportunity to do the review.
Thank you. I've got up to 17 members who'd like to ask a question, so I hope we can make progress through them. Annabel Ewing to be followed by Donald Cameron. Annabel Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, the evidence paper published by the Chief Medical Officer today makes a compelling case for action, and today's case numbers show, sadly, that there is indeed a need to act urgently. Is the First Minister therefore content that the package of measures she has announced today go far enough with a view to seeking to bring the virus under control? And I would just mention in this regard, by way of context, that, for example, it was announced this afternoon that in Brussels all pubs and all cafes are to close completely for 1 month.
Minister.
Annabel Ewan is absolutely right in what she has said about Brussels. The Republic of Ireland earlier this week effectively decided to close hospitality, certainly indoors in all parts of the Republic. I think in Dublin they're also closed outdoors. So we are not out of step. Many countries are having to take these really difficult decisions, and I think it is better to be firm in taking them and to take them early to try to arrest the spread of the virus than to wait longer and find that it is much more difficult to do. In terms of Annabel Ewan's question about am I confident that this will get the virus under control, what we are seeking to do with the very restrictive measures that are in place, both in terms of household interaction and now hospitality, is reduce the risk of transmission in the highest risk settings. And that is very much about arresting the growth in cases and starting to bring them back under control. But I would say this, for that to succeed and for us to bring the virus back under control and keep it there, that will take the ongoing efforts of all of us, not just these particular restrictions, but all of us making sure that we continue to work from home if possible, that we make sure we comply with all of the aspects of test and protect, self-isolation in particular, and we follow all of the other strands of the Facts campaign. And it will be seeking to strengthen compliance. That is one of our other objectives over this next 2-week period.
Donald Cameron to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you. The First Minister referred to household transmission as the principal way that this virus is spread, stating that restrictions to reduce this should be making a difference, though that is not yet reflected in the figures. Household restrictions, however, were introduced in Glasgow and 2 other local authorities 6 weeks ago. Given that time frame, is the First Minister able to comment on whether those household restrictions are effective?
First Minister.
What the public health experts who advise the government tell us is, yes, there is evidence they think of those measures being effective. There is evidence that what those measures that have been in place longer in these west of Scotland areas have done is blunt the increase in cases. The data, is what they will also say, is complicated, particularly in Greater Glasgow and Clyde, because of the large student outbreak that we've seen in recent weeks. So they do believe that there is that effect there. It is just not easy to see in the overall data because of the different factors that are in play there. I understand, I'll be corrected if this hasn't yet been set up or confirmed, that the Chief Medical Officer and the National Clinical Director will offer some briefing to party leaders or their representatives later on, and I know they would be very happy to go into some of the detail about the data if that is of interest to members.
Kenneth Gibson, followed by Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister has already mentioned a number of countries that have been looked at in terms of hospitality. I'm just wondering, given the varying rates of COVID-19 and the way it's being distributed, the way it's growing in some countries a lot faster than others, the spread of it. I'm just wondering what else can be learned from other countries and how we can tackle this particular pandemic, and if there are any countries in particular that the First Minister feels we should be looking at.
First Minister.
We look at a range of different countries across Europe and further afield. And I think there are things we can learn from many countries, but all countries are having their serious challenges with this. New Zealand's already been mentioned, I think, and we have tried to learn in terms of that real focus in driving the virus down to the lowest possible level, but the circumstances there in terms of geography in particular are very different to ours. We've looked at some of the actions that have been taken in some European countries over recent times to try to limit the spread. I think, if I'm being frank, again, without criticising any other government in any other country, because, my goodness, we're all struggling with this, one of the lessons I would draw just now looking at France and Spain is perhaps there wasn't action quickly enough to try to do some of the things that we're talking about here to bring the spread there more under control. Of course, I don't know all of the detail of what these countries are doing. So we try to look for the positive things and also the things to avoid. But it's a global situation. It is still accelerating in most parts of the world. All countries are struggling with it, and I think we all have to continue to learn from each other as best we can.
Jackie Bailey to be followed by David Torrance.
Contact tracing is critical to preventing the spread of COVID-19. 2 cases reported to me this week. One tested positive for COVID-19. 5 days later, he had not been contacted. The other was in direct contact with someone who tested positive in a car for at least an hour. A week later, he had not been contacted to self-isolate. The latest data tells us that a third of people are not being contact traced within 48 hours, and of course my constituents waited longer. If people don't know, they don't self-isolate, and so the virus spreads. Can I ask the First Minister, in the case of one health board, they recruited contact tracers on the basis of 7 cases a day. On Monday, they dealt with 130 positive cases. So isn't it the case that not enough contact tracers have been recruited to cope with the existing demand? So how many more contact tracers will be in place by the end of the month when restrictions are lifted?
First Minister.
No, it's not the case. We have resources in place across health boards. We also have the National Contact Tracing Centre that assists health boards, and we will continue to expand that resource as and when we need it. I've already set out many times what we did in terms of creating the pool within health boards and then replacing that with permanent recruits along the way, but that pool is there in health boards. And can I say to Jackie Bailey, if any member, or actually say to all members, if any member has been contacted by constituents who say that they believe they should have been contacted by Test and Protect and haven't been, don't wait to tell us that. Get in touch so that we can follow that up straight away. Well, good, I'll make sure it's followed up. We have got expert Test and Protect teams across the country. And actually, what we are finding is that, and people can go because it's publicly available information and compare it, contrast it across different parts of the UK. Our Test and Protect teams, from a minute a positive case goes into the case management system, we are seeing more than 90% of index cases and contacts successfully traced and followed up. And that is very positive. Of course, there will be difficulties in some cases, and some times there will be errors made. That no system is absolutely infallible, but Test and Protect is working really well, and I think it deserves our credit and gratitude. There are issues in terms of which actually have improved, and we continue to work with the UK Government to make sure that the time from somebody being tested to the result going into the case management system is as short as possible, and that the turnaround times continue to improve. But Test and Protect is doing a great job, and I really do think they deserve our support and our thanks.
David Torrance, to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Self-isolation can be incredibly tough, but it is essential to reduce the spread of coronavirus and ultimately save lives. However, people should not have to make a choice between self-isolating and supporting themselves financially. So can I ask the First Minister what support the Scottish Government is providing at this challenging time to ensure people don't fall into financial hardship? And will the Scottish Government continue to press the UK Government for clarity around the consequential funding for a support scheme that was recently announced?
First Minister.
The support scheme is the key way in which we will help those on low incomes to self-isolate if they're asked to do so. That's a payment of £500 that will be administered through the Scottish Welfare Fund and targeted particularly at people on universal credit, although there will be some flexibility to reach others who are in need. We are also working with local authorities to make sure that when anybody is given advice to self-isolate, there is a proactive contact made with them in order that even if they don't need financial help, if they need help with having food or medicines delivered, then that can be provided. It is essential that if we are asking people to do the very difficult thing of isolating for 14 days, then they have the help that is needed. And yes, we do continue to pursue with the UK Government the consequential funding for the support scheme. We are in discussions as I said earlier on, about additional support that we think will be necessary, but also the reconciliation of the consequential funding that has been made available so far for the pandemic, which has is being fully utilised in Scotland, and therefore any new scheme such as the support scheme requires additional support through the consequential stream.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you. The First Minister confirmed that these additional restrictions will be in place until the 25th of October. But what happens after that date will be of equal importance and interest. Will the whole of Scotland return to the current levels of restrictions, or will higher level restrictions be maintained in some or all of the country? More importantly, whatever is decided, when and how will businesses and the general public know what those restrictions are? Because, Presiding Officer, if nothing else, if we're going to close businesses, we owe them the decency of adequate notice of when they can reopen.
First Minister.
Jamie Green's actually done me a service there, because I think I didn't mention and should have mentioned that on the 25th of October, when these additional restrictions cease, we will go back, as things stand just now, to the current level of restrictions. So the household restrictions will remain in place. It's the hospitality restrictions that will end on the 25th of October. I'm not going to stand here and say with certainty and give a 100% guarantee that nothing in a global pandemic will change over these 14 days, but that is our firm intention. Now, in terms of how we update, particularly over the recess, I do, despite the best efforts of some, I do a daily update to people and I do that so that we can give information direct when we are changing restrictions in order that people know the rules that we are asking them to follow, and I have no plans to stop that over the October recess.
Stuart McMillan to be followed by Ian Gray.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the First Minister comment on any plans to support hospitals like the Inverclyde Royal Hospital in my constituency to deal with the normal increase in patient admissions over the winter months, whilst also having to support any patients admitted with the COVID-related symptoms?
First Minister.
All hospitals are being supported to ensure that they have capacity to deal with any COVID-related admissions. And you know, the figure I gave today for hospital admissions for COVID should make all of us sit up and take notice. More than 300 people again in hospital for COVID. But we are also supporting hospitals to make sure that they can remobilise and care for people with non-COVID needs. The Health Secretary is working very closely on remobilisation and also on winter planning. And I think if she's going to nod to me, she's going to make a statement to Parliament in the week after the recess with an update on all of that work.
Ian Gray to be followed by Joan McAlpine.
Thank you very much. Earlier this week I spoke with senior management of Green King, who own Belhaven Brewery and pubs and are based in East Lothian. They reported only a handful of test and protect contacts raised with their many premises. The First Minister's evidence for today's measure says 1 in 5 contacts had been to a hospitality setting. Can she say how many that actually was?
I can't do that off the top of my head. I will be able to give you that figure, but some of this material is in the evidence paper we've published today, and you will be able to see the relative. It's really important to stress here, though, and this is part of the difficulty, and I'm trying to be genuinely helpful here. This is part of the difficulty. When Test and Protect interview somebody, they will, as we can imagine from our own lives, they will say, you know, yesterday I was here, the day before I was there, this morning I've been here. So there will be a multiple of different possible exposures. It's not the case that because somebody has been in a pub, we assume they necessarily got it in a pub. It is both a possible exposure, but it also shows, given the percentages involved who mention being in hospitality settings, that is a place where people, if they have it without knowing it, are at risk of transmitting it. But I will see if we can get the actual figures for Ian Gray later on. I apologise, I don't have them at the front of my mind right now.
Joan McAlpine, who's joining us remotely, to be followed by Maurice Golden. Joan McAlpine.
Thank you. This week I met the Scottish Hospitality Group, who employ thousands of people in my constituency and beyond. The businessmen argued that well-run hospitality was safer than household socialising. So can I ask First Minister if the clinical research published supports that? And they also said that the restrictions would mean permanent closure and redundancies, so I welcome the £40 million package of support. Given the disproportionate effect of the restrictions on hospitality compared to other businesses, such as supermarkets who profit from the closure of hospitality venues, can I ask how will the Scottish Government engage with the sector, including the Scottish Hospitality Group, and on how the money allocated to support them will be distributed? Thank you.
First Minister.
Well, that engagement will take place very quickly with the key stakeholders in hospitality. We're not talking here about a complicated, lengthy consultation, just making sure that how this money is allocated is being done in a way that the sector thinks is appropriate and will deliver the best help. The question about is hospitality safer than households? Regulated environments we have always accepted are I'm not sure we can describe anything as 100% safe in the context we are in with this virus, but regulated environments present fewer risks than unregulated environments, which is why we have, first of all, restricted interactions within people's own homes. But we also know that other settings where people come together, mix between households, people of different age groups, where ventilation is perhaps not particularly good, and also, and I don't mean this in any sense in a pejorative or judgmental way, but where alcohol is involved and people are disinhibited, it can be more difficult to physically distance. So all of that means that not through their fault, but just because of the nature of the environment, hospitality is a place where if people have the virus, they are more likely to transmit it than they would walking around a supermarket. That said, I think there is a need for supermarkets, and I indicated this in my statement, to go back to some of the more stringent mitigations they had in place earlier on in the pandemic, which is why we're asking them to return to 2-metre physical distancing.
Maurice Golden to be followed by Richard Lyle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would like to ask the First Minister how the additional £40 million in business support was calculated. Will it be enough to safeguard every job and business impacted by these restrictions? And on what date will the first of these businesses receive funding?
First Minister.
I'm not going to give the date yet because we haven't had the discussion with the sector that I have already talked about, but we want this money to go to businesses as quickly as is feasible for it to do. It's in nobody's interest for that to be any other way. In terms of how it was calculated, we have obviously made some assessments of the numbers of hospitality businesses, the kind of restrictions, the remainder of furlough, and tried to make an assessment of that. I'll be brutally honest, though, it is also to some extent limited by the availability of funding in the Scottish Government, which is why I hope the member and his colleagues will join with us in making the case to the UK Government for the need for greater consequentials to allow us to do more. But we do believe this will significantly help hospitality businesses, given that this is a temporary measure. Obviously, if it was, and I do not intend it and hope it will not be extended beyond that, we would need to look again. But this is a fund that is intended to mitigate losses over a 2-week period.
Richard Lyle to be followed by Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister has always been clear. The Government would seek a balance between protecting health and the wider costs of lockdown to the economy and people's lives. We're facing the most difficult decision point yet. If we want to settle and suppress this virus ahead of winter, can the First Minister outline the rationale and the scientific basis driving the Scottish Government's decision set out in her statement today?
First Minister.
The rationale and the basis for it is set out in the evidence paper I've spoken about. I've also tried to summarise that in the remarks I've made today. One of the difficult things, and it's something I've had to learn over these past few months because I'm not a scientist, I'm not a public health expert, is that in any of these decisions, science only takes you so far because you know, I think we all as decision makers strive for the situation where science will make the decisions for us. It can't. It basically tells us how the virus spreads, where it is most likely to spread, what you can do to mitigate it, and then we have to make difficult decisions on the basis of that. And there are limited things we can do to try to stop it spreading. The most important thing is we do all of them, and that is down to all of us as individuals, as well as the burden that is being borne by some businesses across the country. The good news is if we do all of these things, because we know this from the summer, we can suppress the virus, and that is the challenge for us, albeit in more difficult circumstances because we're not in strict lockdown. The weather and the winter challenges will be different, but we have other things to bring to bear, like test and protect. So if we all do what we are being asked to do, and test and protect does the rest for us, then we can bring this virus back under control. I am as certain as it's possible to be in a global pandemic of that.
Colin Smith to be followed by Mike Rumbles.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister said she's providing additional funding to support businesses affected by today's measures, not least hospitality and tourism, which face decimation. But does the First Minister understand that even before today, there were many businesses already crippled because of existing restrictions preventing them opening, such as outdoor residential education, soft play centres and many more? So what support will they get as a result of the announcements today? And how far will the £40 million go? Will it, for example, include gym instructors who will no longer be able to provide classes?
First Minister.
I don't underestimate the impact of any of these restrictions. Can I remind people, and in saying this, I'm not trying to minimise the impact, but it is important to remind people that, you know, for gyms, for example, we're talking about a 2-week period, but this fund is there to mitigate, as far as it can, losses that are resulting from the measures that we have announced today. So, of course, that will include any business that is affected by the measures that we have announced today. I'm acutely aware of the impact across other sectors that are not affected by what we've announced today, but continue to be affected by previous decisions. We are trying to make the available funding we have go as far as possible, but it is finite, and I keep making that point because it is a statement of fact, and I hope members across the chamber, regardless of politics, regardless of affiliations, will get behind us as we make the case to the UK Government that significant additional financial support is needed for many sectors across the economy.
Mike Rumbles, be followed by Maureen Watt.
Without saying so, the First Minister believes that it is the consumption of alcohol indoors in hospitality settings which is a major cause of the virus spread. Could she publish the evidence that has led her to that conclusion? But also, why do cafes, pubs and restaurants have to close completely for 16 days if, for instance, they voluntarily accepted a ban on alcohol and concentrated on food and soft drinks instead, while cafes that don't have a licence and sell food and soft drinks ordinarily can remain open? It doesn't seem to me to be logical or make sense. So could the First Minister consider giving cafes, pubs and restaurants that option to remain open if they so choose, as long as they remove alcohol?
First Minister.
They will have that option outside of the Central Belt. We have to take tougher measures in the Central Belt because this is also about limiting the volume of people coming together, and that is why we are going further in the Central Belt than we are elsewhere. I'm not trying to make, trust me, I'm not trying to make judgmental statements about alcohol here, but some of this, people say, and I totally understand it, I'm not, I demand it all the time of the government's clinical advisors, say, give us the evidence of this. You get to a point where some of this is just common sense. We all know that in certain circumstances, complying with certain restrictions is more difficult. And well, Mike Rumbles is saying there is a lot of evidence. We're publishing a lot of it today. We publish evidence. Scientists across the world are publishing evidence on this all of the time. I'm not saying evidence isn't important. It's crucially important. I'm making the obvious point that there are some matters on which we also have to apply our common sense. You know, at the heart of this is an infectious virus, and we know how it transmits. And therefore, actually, we know how to try to stop it transmitting, and we know the circumstances in which it is more difficult than in others to do that. So evidence is important. We are publishing as much of that as we can, but ultimately, sometimes we all have to apply a bit of the good old-fashioned common sense as well, and that is what we are trying to get the balance around as right as possible.
Maureen Watt, to be followed by Annie Wells. Maureen Watt.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We've heard that the UK and Scottish governments are considering move to a levels-based approach which could be applied nationally or regionally. Does the First Minister agree that one way to solve the financial problems could be that moving to specific levels of restriction triggers support from the Treasury? And would she urge the UK government to look at this approach?
First Minister.
Yes, I would. It's a very sensible way of looking at it, and the good news is that is the discussion that is currently underway. It's still at a reasonably early stage, but it is quite positive just now on a Four Nations basis. A sort of aligned strategic framework where financial support is triggered depending on which level of that you are at, although it would be for the governments in each of the Four Nations to decide what levels all or part of each of our countries was at any particular time. If we had a levels, and I'm not preempting the one we will put to Parliament because there's discussion still to be had on that, but if you look at Ireland's just now, they've got, I think, a 5-level system. We would be, as they are just now, probably around level 3 of that. So that's the kind of approach we're working on across the Four Nations, and I hope, as I said earlier on, Parliament will be able to debate that early after the recess.
Thank you. Annie Wells, to be followed by John Mason. Annie Wells.
In your statement, First Minister, you say that people in the 5 Central Belt health boards should not travel outside the health board area. However, many people across the country will not be aware of what constitutes the health board that they are living in. So what advice will the Scottish Government be giving people on the territorial extent of the health board that they are living in and where they can and cannot travel to? And can the First Minister also set out how preventing travel between health boards will be enforced?
Minister.
So, very specifically, I did not say they cannot travel. We are not putting in place, and we've thought carefully about this at this stage, mandatory travel restrictions, because I think I had a discussion with the party leaders the other night, and I think there was a view expressed there that if possible we shouldn't have mandatory travel restrictions, and we've tried to accommodate that. So we're not saying to people in these health board areas you cannot travel. I'm not saying to people in these health board areas if you've got an October holiday break planned, you cannot go. What we are saying to people in these health board areas is think carefully about whether your travel is essential, and if you don't need to travel outside your local health board area, don't do it. And for people in other parts of the country, if you don't need to, don't travel into these areas. There's always challenges with saying to people, stay in your local authority area or stay in your health board area, because none of us, sort of have in our heads the exact geographical boundaries. What we will do is put on the Scottish Government website advice with postcodes and maps of these areas so that people can look at that. The first time we did that very successfully was when we had local restrictions in place in Gretna and Annan, and that worked well, and we will seek to do the same to give people that guidance that they will be looking for.
John Mason, to be followed by Joanne Lamond.
Thank you. My experience has been attending churches around the country that they have been very strict about adhering to the guidelines. I think that's true of other faith groups as well. And I'm grateful that there's to be no further restrictions on faith groups at the moment. Can the First Minister offer any encouragement to the faith groups about their continuing adhering to the guidelines and moving forward?
First Minister.
I am very pleased that we have not had to impose any further restrictions or reimpose restrictions on worship and faith. I think it's really important that we try not to do that. I'm going to be candid though, it is one of the things that we had to consider for the Central Belt over the last few days, and I've decided not to do that. So my appeal to faith groups is to do as I know they are doing right now, is to be very rigorous in the application of the guidance in their places of worship, to make sure that the risks that are undoubtedly there when people come together in any setting are minimised as far as possible. And if that happens, then I am very hopeful and, let me say, very keen that as we go through the different stages of this pandemic, we don't have to impose further restrictions on faith and worship.
Joanne Lamond, to be followed by John Scott.
Thank you. I don't know who was responsible for the kite flying and briefing over the last few weeks, but they should be ashamed of themselves, whoever they are, given the impact on those who are already fearful for their futures, and I trust the First Minister will sort these people out. Many people will immediately be without work, and because of the nature of their contracts will be left with little or no income right now. What Scottish Government support is in place directly to help those workers now, many of whom on the minimum wage and with little or no job security have been seeking to implement ever-changing rules, and their reward has been a blanket ban? And can I ask, what will success look like, given that in Glasgow, for example, this close down coincides with schools being on holiday, and surely it will therefore be difficult to see accurately what has caused change, if there is any?
First Minister.
Can I say first of all to Joanne Lamond that the people she is inviting me to sort out, I guess from the people she's referring to are advisors to me in the government that right now are working round the clock to try to help this country through a pandemic. I will certainly not sort them out. I will continue to be deeply grateful for every single thing they are doing right now. That's a disgraceful thing, frankly, to ask of me. On the issue of discussing openly the things that we are contemplating, no, I won't stop doing that, because I think it is important, albeit I recognise the risks and the downsides in it, that we are as open as possible with people across the country, not just about what we are having to consider, but about the difficult balances we are trying to strike. I think people are capable of understanding that. This is really difficult for everybody, but the more I think they can get an insight into the decision-making process and the challenges that are involved in that, then the better people are able to understand. And the better people are able to understand, then the better I think we can persuade them to comply with the very difficult things we are asking them to do.
And John Scott.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And while I may have missed it in our statement, can I ask the First Minister to tell Parliament if these new regulations will have any impact in the current regulations about key relatives visiting those in care and nursing homes, particularly in Ayrshire? And if there is new guidance to be issued on visiting, when will it be published?
First Minister.
Can I thank John Scott for that question? Just before, Joanne Lamont, when I sat down from a sedentary position, it reminded me that I hadn't addressed part of her question. She said, what are we going to do for workers? I've addressed that question in terms of the financial support we're making available to previous members. But can I remind her that the people she has just invited me to sort out are also workers, and perhaps that would be good to bear in mind. John Scott raises a very important question. We hope that the current state of the virus doesn't have an impact on the advances we are seeking to make in terms of visiting to patients in hospitals and, crucially, to residents in care homes. In fact, just as it is about keeping schools open, keeping as many businesses open as possible, part of the reason for taking these restrictions to stem the spread of the virus is to protect the ability to keep moving forward in getting much more normality into the ability of people to visit their relatives in care homes. That is something that is really important to us, and it's something that the Health Secretary is taking extremely seriously.
Thank you very much, and that concludes the First Minister's statement. Can I just encourage members, as they're leaving, to be careful, to observe social distancing when leaving the chamber, and perhaps particularly when going down the steps into the garden lobby. Could I also encourage members to wipe down their seats if they're changing seats with another colleague who's coming in. There are restricted numbers in the chamber at the moment, so please wipe down your seats if another member is taking your place. Thank you. A short pause before we move on to the statement from Mr Swinney. Short pause.
Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by John Swinney on assessment of SQA national qualifications in 2020-2021. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of his statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on John Swinney.
Presiding Officer, as we've just heard from the First Minister, further restrictions are now necessary in order to bring R back below 1, stop the virus running out of control and to save lives. This is not, however, a return to the spring. We are not closing schools. Instead, keeping them open is the priority. We all know just how disruptive COVID-19 is to the awarding of national qualifications. We found ourselves in a position where schools had closed with very little time to prepare. Coursework was either incomplete or inaccessible, and of course the exams could not go ahead. There was no ready-made solution. We saw that from the fact that the rest of the United Kingdom faced similar difficulties, but in setting out our solution, the fact is that we did not get it right for all young people. We apologised and we acted to fix the situation. This year we have more time to prepare, but some things are still the same. The virus remains with us. It is still as virulent. It is still as infectious. So we cannot plan for business as usual. That is simply not possible. Work towards exams would normally start back in May when the schools were still closed, so pupils have already lost a significant amount of precious teaching time. And we cannot predict, no one can, how much more time might be lost to COVID-19 in the coming months. Finally, we simply don't know what spring and summer will look like in terms of the public health position. But what we can do is three things. We can learn from last year, we can consult our teachers and educationalists, and we can listen to the experts in the design of awarding systems. And in every decision we take, we can hold fast to our shared aim to build an approach that recognises the hard work of individual pupils fairly and consistently. It must be an approach that does not place undue burdens on them or on Scotland's teachers. And it has to be an approach that has the confidence of the public, of employers and of the rest of the education system. That is what we've been doing over recent weeks, and I can now set out to Parliament the progress we have made and the conclusions that we have reached. We have sought to learn from last year. As I set out previously to Parliament, I commissioned two key pieces of work. I asked the OECD to extend the scope of their review of curriculum for excellence to include the question of the role exams should play in a modern educational system. That work will go forward in the coming months, but to inform the coming year, I asked Professor Mark Priestley to carry out an independent review looking at events following the cancellation of the examination diet. Professor Priestley has submitted his report and recommendations, and I want to thank him and his team at Stirling University for their excellent work and in particular for the pace at which they have completed it. We have also consulted widely, Presiding Officer. The SQA set out its initial proposals on modifications to assessments in 2021, and it is fair to say they have never seen a more extensive response. Thousands of individual submissions were received, and I want to thank everyone who took the time to engage with that work. I have personally consulted with young people, including with pupils in the senior phase, who I spent valuable time in discussion with last Thursday. We've heard the views of parents, of teachers and our colleges and universities, and the issues have been discussed with stakeholders across our education system, including those represented on the Education Recovery and Qualifications contingency groups. And of course, I have consulted medical and scientific experts. Finally, we have listened to the experts in the designing of awarding systems in the SQA, but also from our professional bodies, our local authorities, our schools and in Education Scotland. It is worth pointing out that all of this work comes at a time when the broader picture is one of an education system that has successfully returned to full-time learning. Despite the virus, attendance remains around 93% for pupils. The additional safety measures and mitigations which we recommended and teachers and staff have worked so hard to put in place are working well. This has been confirmed by the Health and Safety Executive, who have now engaged with more than 500 schools on the implementation of the COVID-19 guidance. My thanks go to everyone for their exceptional efforts to reopen schools and to deliver face-to-face education safely. However, despite this progress, the virus remains the same, and the risk remains that there may be further disruptions for individual pupils, schools, colleges or more widely across the country during the course of this academic year. It is in this context that I have found the clear recommendations Professor Priestley makes regarding the approach to awarding in 2021 of great assistance to me in making these decisions. Due to the level of disruption already caused by COVID and due to the likely disruption faced by some or all of our pupils and students this academic year, a full exam diet is simply too big a risk to take. It would not be fair. I have therefore asked the Chief Examining Officer to take an alternative approach to National 5 accreditation in 2021 rather than the usual exams. The alternative approach to awarding National 5 qualifications will be based on two key recommendations by Professor Mark Priestley. These recommendations are, and I quote, the suspension of the National 5 examinations diet in 2021 with qualifications awarded on the basis of centre estimation based upon validated assessments. And secondly, the development of a nationally recognised, fully transparent and proportionate system for moderation of centre-based assessment. So the alternative approach will be based on teacher judgment, supported by assessment resources and quality assurance. This will include, where possible, specifying between 2 and 4 pieces of work per subject that will form the basis of arriving at a final award. The SQA will today publish broad guidance on evidence gathering and estimation with a clear focus on quality rather than quantity of that evidence. That will be followed after the October break by subject-specific guidance on the key pieces of work that young people will need to complete. And to support the process, the SQA will work with Education Scotland, local authorities, regional improvement collaboratives and others to support a local and national approach to moderation and quality assurance, including the provision of assessment resources. Obviously, we must seek to maintain standards. Therefore, the SQA will work with colleges and schools during the year on the quality assurance of their pupils' work. This will include the SQA looking at a sample of work within each school and college and feeding back to the teachers and lecturers to ensure standards are maintained. The SQA will build this system of quality assurance in collaboration with the education system, drawing on its existing expertise. Put simply, an A in Aberdeen has to be the same as an A in Annan or anywhere else. But I want to be very clear to Parliament, given the controversies of the last awards process, what will not happen. First and foremost, awards will not be given or taken away on the basis of a statistical model, nor on the basis of a school's past performance. There will be no algorithm. Awards will be based on the progress of our young people and their work. This work and the judgment of the teacher supported by appropriate quality assurance to maintain standards, will be the evidence on which grades are based. In taking this decision on National 5 exams, we also need to think about Highers and Advanced Highers. In a standard exam year, the National 5s constitute more than half of all exams taken. From a public health point of view, not having these exams significantly reduces the risk of the exams as a whole. It means that we can build an exam diet for Highers and Advanced Highers that is as safe as it possibly can be, using all the coronavirus mitigations we have sadly become so familiar with, including physical distancing and enhanced cleaning. That means that the exams determining the results that most pupils leave schools with, the exams that determine most people's future path into work, college or university, can go ahead as long as the public health guidance allows it. It also means that we can use the time in the school year freed up by cancelling the National 5 exams to make up some of the time pupils have lost at the end of last year. As a result, I can confirm that the Higher and Advanced Higher exams will begin on the 13th of May, later than normal, and giving pupils back approximately 2 weeks of the learning time that they lost this year. Certification Day will remain as the 10th of August. This additional time, in conjunction with the course assessment modifications that the SQA have made following its consultation, give the greatest chances of these exams being implemented fairly. Presiding Officer, while I am taking steps that make space for Higher and Advanced Higher exams next year, I am acutely aware that there is no way of knowing what circumstances we will face at that point. To avoid decisions being made in extremis, as quite simply had to be the case this year, a clear contingency plan will continue to be developed for those exams. This will include key checkpoints up to the February break to assess public health advice and, in the light of that, of our plans. If necessary, we will award Higher and Advanced Higher courses based on teacher professional judgment, supported by SQA quality assurance, taking account of classroom assessment evidence, including prelims, where appropriate. Presiding Officer, in deciding the way forward for this year's exams, there is a reality that we must face. Coronavirus has not gone away. If anything, it is making a comeback. Our task is to build a system of awards that can be delivered despite coronavirus, and I believe the plan that we have developed does that. It has evidence at its heart, it puts a robust system of quality assurance in place, and it works with teachers to award on the basis of their professional judgment. I believe it is fair, I believe it is rigorous, and of greatest importance, it gives us the opportunity to recognise the achievements of young people in Scotland in these challenging days.
Thank you very much. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in his statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if members who wish to ask questions were to press the request to speak buttons or press R in the chat box if asking remotely. And I call Jamie Green.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I also thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of his statement. This, of course, has been an incredibly difficult time for teachers and young people, and I think we all thank them for their forbearance. But we in these benches believe that a full exam diet could and should have taken place next year, and that the onus was on the Education Secretary to make that happen, or instead justify why that cannot be achieved under his watch. I'm not convinced that full justification has been offered in today's statement for the cancellation of National 5s. It does feel, Presiding Officer, like the towel has been thrown in already. But nonetheless, I welcome that a decision has been made. Questions still remain, however, so let me ask three. As National 5s will now be reliant on teacher judgment, how will national moderation actually be applied by the SQA to teacher estimates, so as to avoid them being downgraded by the SQA or overruled by ministers in the same chaotic way they were this year? Can I ask if the Cabinet Secretary can guarantee that teachers will receive full guidance as soon as possible on how to assess the progress of National 5 pupils throughout the year? And finally, if there is, and I hope there isn't, but if there is disruption to next year's exams and Highers or Advanced Highers are unable to be sat, how can teachers assess progress if contingency plans are not announced or put in place until February of next year? That is simply too late to revert or announce an alternative. Because if the Education Secretary wants to restore the trust of parents, teachers and young people themselves, he needs to get this right, and right now.
Cabinet Secretary.
As I indicated in my statement, I echo the comments that Mr Green has made in relation to the contribution of teachers, which I think has been outstanding in restoring the full-time education of children and young people in Scotland, and also in sustaining education during really difficult times since lockdown in March. Mr Green is obviously holds his opinion about the sustainability of a full exam diet next spring. I've looked very carefully at the public health evidence. I've looked very carefully at the degree of risk that we would be taking were we to allow that to take its course. My judgment, and it is my judgment, is that the risks are too great. In coming to that judgment, I have consulted extensively within the education system, and the concerns that I have been very clearly expressed to me by local authorities, by head teachers and by pupils around the country about the risks that are implicit. But it is a matter of judgment, and just now the government is making countless matters that are the subject of difficult judgment, and none of it is straightforward. In relation to the whole question of moderation, there will be work undertaken in the early part of this year, of this school year, to support the understanding of standards within schools and to assist the moderation process at school and local level. And the SQA and SQA appointees will be fully involved in that process at school level, and there will be engagement with teachers to enable that to be the case. There will be full guidance available at a subject-by-subject level, and as I indicated, there will be pieces of work that will be issued by the SQA, which will be the basis upon which assessment can be undertaken. And we will be, what I said in my statement is that the approach that we are taking on National 5 provides us with a foundation for assessment should there be any disruption to the hires and advanced hires. I stress that is not what I want to be the case. I want a full hire and advanced hire diet to be undertaken, and I'm creating more space for that to be enabled. I'm de-risking it to enable that diet to take its course. But should it be required, the approach that we're taking on teacher judgment in National 5 gives us a strong foundation for the higher assessment. Of course, we have opportunities, as I indicated, to take stock as to whether such a contingency plan needs to be applied in those circumstances.
Thank you. I now call Ian Gray.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thanks to the Deputy First Minister for early sight of his statement. I say early, but the truth is this statement is very, very late. Teachers are months into teaching courses without knowing exactly what they should be teaching, how pupils will be assessed, and what evidence they should have been gathering. They were told exams would go ahead, but then that a final decision had not been reached. They were told courses would be amended to account for lost time, but not how, while days, weeks and months passed by. Now we do have a decision. So can I ask the Deputy First Minister, firstly, how the continuous assessment of National 4 and 5s and the exams at higher and advanced higher will take account of pupils, sometimes whole year groups, having to self-isolate perhaps more than once? Secondly, can he promise that next year no pupil will be judged on anything except their own performance and ability? And finally, will the Deputy First Minister even now revisit this year's appeals for those pupils who do not accept their school's assessment and are still denied the right to appeal?
John Swinney.
Presiding Officer, the circumstances that Ian Gray recounts in which a young person's individual educational year was disrupted by several periods of self-isolation, for example, would be, in my judgment, the basis of a case to be made to the SQA around exceptional circumstances for which there is a well-established process for that to be undertaken. In relation, obviously, we want to try to minimise that, and there is other support in place through digital learning, through the e-school, which is available now to support the learning of young people should their education be disrupted. In relation to the assessment of the performance of young people, I've made clear that the the performance of young people will be what will inform teacher judgment, and that will be the basis of awarding. And in relation to the point on appeals, the review from Professor Priestley indicates that we should look at a number of issues in relation to the appeal mechanisms that are available. I am committed to doing exactly that, and we will consider the issues raised by Professor Priestley as part of that review.
Claire Adamson, to be followed by Jamie Halcrow-Johnson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for his statement, and thank Professor Priestley also for contributing in the publication of his report. I noticed that the issue of assessment and estimation has been key, and the Deputy First Minister has mentioned that there will be guidance produced by the SQA in these areas. But we know from before COVID and before the crisis that we have, that there were concerns about the estimation process in certain areas. So what other support can be given to schools to ensure that the assessment and the estimation process ensures fairness and consistency across all centres?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the whole process of assessment and estimation lies at the heart of the professionalism of the teaching profession. And it is important that all interested parties, whether they are in individual schools, teachers, leaders within schools, or local authorities, or in regional improvement collaboratives, work with Education Scotland and the SQA in ensuring that we enhance the assessment and estimation process that is undertaken by teachers. It is a fundamental skill that that our pupils rely upon to assess their performance, and over the course of the next few months there will be extensive engagement involving all of these different players. I have consulted widely with local authorities about the steps that need to be taken here to make sure that teachers are well supported to be able to undertake this task with the direction and the guidance that will be offered by the SQA as part of this process. But fundamentally, we need to enhance that capacity, and we will do exactly that.
Jamie Halcrow-Johnson, to be followed by Rona McAlpine.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware of the unprecedented pressures faced by the further and higher education sectors at this time, sectors which, throughout the pandemic, have faced a lack of clarity from this government and which were significantly impacted by the mess the government made of this year's exam grades. So, could the Cabinet Secretary outline what discussions he has had with representatives from the universities and colleges sectors on the subject specific to today's statement, and what concerns or issues they raised with him?
Cabinet Secretary.
I really don't recognise the picture that Mr Halcrow-Johnson paints. I would have thought it might have been something to celebrate that we had an absolutely outstanding record number of young people going to higher education in Scotland today. Where was that in Mr Halcrow-Johnson's statement? Maybe it was as prominent as the Conservative U-turn on tuition fees. Maybe that's why Liz Smith isn't the education spokesperson any longer, that she couldn't bear the policy position that was about to be arrived at. So I don't recognise the world that Jamie Halcrow-Johnson is talking about. We've had extensive discussion with the college and university sector throughout all of these issues about assessment, and I have to compliment the university and college sectors for their willingness to engage constructively in finding solutions at a very difficult time.
Rona McKay, to be followed by Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister what impact assessment the Education Recovery Group has carried out on the assessment process for practical subjects such as sciences, home economics and technical subjects, which are vital to the curriculum, but where we know that social distancing is much more difficult?
Cabinet Secretary.
President Officer, very specific guidance has been given on all of these areas to the education system. It's been developed collaboratively to ensure that some of the practical issues that Rona McKay raises can be properly addressed, and that young people are able to have as much of the experience of these courses as is possible, given the wider constraints within which we have to operate. And the Education Recovery Group has been involved in that discussion.
Daniel Johnson, to be followed by Ross Greer.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary has already stated his intent to take forward recommendation 7 of the Priestley report on the appeals process. I would just wonder if he could clarify on what basis that review will take place, and will it be independent of both the Scottish Government and the SQA?
Cabinet Secretary.
No, it won't be. We'll take it forward on the basis of the approach that would be expected of us from a government that is currently legislating to implement the United Nations Convention, incorporate the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child into domestic legislation in Scotland, and it will be undertaken consistent with those principles.
Ross Greer, to be followed by Beatrice Wishart.
Thank you. I welcome the responsible decision to cancel and replace the National 5 exams. I can't work out, though, why that logic applies to the National 5s but not to Highers. So can the Deputy First Minister explain his statement that cancelling Nat 5 exams frees up capacity for Highers when those exams don't normally take place at the same time? But each Higher exam, of course, can't be staggered, given every pupil must take it at the same time. And in response to a question I asked a few weeks ago, the Deputy First Minister said he wanted to avoid at all costs an increase in teacher workload. Given teachers will need to simultaneously prepare higher pupils for exams and the contingency plan, I can't see how that's the case. But for National 5s, can the Deputy First Minister at least reassure me that the assessment system being developed will be based on work teachers and pupils are already doing, not adding something new on top of that?
Joan Swinney.
On the last point that Mr Greer raises with me, yes, that will be the case. And the approach that will be taken is designed to be entirely consistent with what that would ordinarily be undertaken within each subject curriculum. In relation to the point on the maintenance of the higher diet, my judgment, given the significant weight that is attached to higher qualifications as essentially the key pathway to the next stage in the educational journey of young people, is that if it is possible for us to sustain that diet, we should endeavour to do so. And that is what has underpinned the decision-making that I have taken. I have tried to de-risk that situation by removing the National 5 exams from the exam diet, creating more time for learning and teaching than would ordinarily be the case at that time of the year, and providing the opportunity for further progress to be made in that respect. I am very, very keen to ensure that this approach does not in any way add to teacher workload. So the point that Mr Greer made about the importance of this work being consistent with the ordinary content of the curriculum is a key guide for the education system and how young people should be prepared for assessment and, in some circumstances, examination.
Beatrice Wishart, to be followed by Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In terms of the date for the Highers and Advanced Higher exams, does the Education Secretary think that 2 weeks is sufficient time for young people to make up the learning that has been missed?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think a combination of that and the fact that the SQA will make other changes to the examinations, which will increase, for example, the optionality that within individual courses, and therefore not require every aspect of the course to be undertaken by young people, I think will create the circumstances in which the full opportunity for learning and teaching can be undertaken by young people within that context. Now, of course, we will still be wrestling with issues about the potential disruption to the school year, either individually or collectively at local level. And the digital learning approaches that we're taking are designed to try to provide some further reassurance in that respect on that particular issue.
Fulton McGregor, to be followed by Liz Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise of what supports the Scottish Government will put in place to support individual pupils and entire class groups who are asked to isolate at home?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, we have in place, and I just referred to some of these issues in my answer to Beatrice Wishart, we have in place a range of digital learning support which is provided technically through the GLOW network, but it's provided through eSchool, which is essentially a partnership between the Scottish Government and Western Isles Council, but that's been extended to involve local authorities, and there is now very good work going on involving teachers the length and breadth of the country who are providing learning into that digital learning platform that can now be accessed by pupils the length and breadth of the country. I should also add that there are further reinforcement opportunities that are available for senior-faced pupils to sign up to, and this adds to the point that in my response to Beatrice Wishart, where there are after-school sessions that pupils the length and breadth of the country can sign up to if they wish to. These have been very well subscribed to by young people, and they provide another opportunity to reinforce the learning that young people are undertaking within our schools.
Liz Smith, to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, could you just put on the record that given the welcome news that the hires and advanced hires will be going ahead, as far as we are aware, that there is no intention to drop any of the subjects within the normal diet for both hire and advanced hire at this stage?
Cabinet Secretary.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you very much. Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Claire Baker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. What assurances can a Cabinet Secretary give that the 2021 SQA assessment process will continue to build on the Scottish Government's work in narrowing the attainment gap to ensure that no pupil is left behind and is able to achieve their full potential?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think it's important that in these very disruptive times that we do all that we possibly can do to support young people in achieving their educational potential. As I've explained in a number of answers to colleagues today, there are a variety of different approaches being taken to support digital learning that is available, that can reinforce learning that's undertaken by young people. And then obviously if there is disruption to education, there are opportunities for that to be taken forward. And we are working to ensure that in every circumstance we have in place the full support to enable young people to fulfil their educational opportunities.
Claire Baker, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary highlighted that precious teaching time had been lost due to the lockdown and the impact this will have on hires, and that's why the decision has been taken to have later dates for the higher exam diet. And can I ask what measures will be taken to ensure that the National 5 cohort aren't disadvantaged by the time that was lost through the school lockdown period?
Cabinet Secretary.
The young people who would be traditionally sitting National 5s will obviously have more time because they would ordinarily have seen the end of their learning and teaching at the Easter break, and then they would have gone on to study leave. They will obviously have access to further learning opportunities after the Easter break. And there will be, obviously it will be for individual schools to make a judgment. Some schools change their the curriculum during May and into June to move on to another year group, and it will be up to individual schools to determine what is the optimal moment to do that. And I would think one of the key factors in that judgment should be whether young people who are presenting for National 5 have had adequate opportunity to maximise their potential in the estimating process that teachers will make in advance of submission of the final estimates to the SQA at that particular stage in the spring.
And finally, Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Cabinet Secretary what support will be provided to pupils with additional support needs to actually help them deal with the changing circumstances and to ensure that they have an equal chance of success with their schoolwork.
Cabinet Secretary.
Our education system ordinarily, Presiding Officer, must ensure that the needs of every young person are met and that every young person has the opportunity to fulfil their potential. That lies at the heart of the answer to the question from Mr McMillan, which relies upon the extent to which the education system can fully meet all of those needs. And I give Stuart McMillan the assurance that that consideration is uppermost in the thinking of local authorities and of the government in this respect.
Thank you very much. That concludes questions on the statement. We will now move on to the next item of business. May I remind members leaving the chamber to observe the social distancing measures which are in place across the campus. The presiding officer has selected an urgent question. As a result of that, decision time will be around 6:15, and I call Neil Findlay.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking in response to the outbreak of COVID-19 at the Red Mill and Milford House care homes in Lothian.
Cabinet Secretary Jane Freeman.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I want to make a number of points in my answer. First of all, I want to express my condolences to the families who've lost loved ones in these two outbreaks, and my thoughts too to those families with loved ones in the homes affected, to residents themselves and to staff who have tested positive, and indeed to those staff who are understandably upset and anxious about the residents for whom they care so much. Neither of these homes had previous outbreaks, nor had been flagged as either amber or red in either the Care Inspectorate or the local Director of Public Health assessments. So the Care Inspectorate will immediately conduct a root cause analysis that I have asked them to do, and from that identify any further actions we need to take in terms of our winter preparedness work in the adult social care sector. In terms of the specific homes themselves, for each of these homes, Milford House and Red Mill, for each of the local care home support teams are in direct contact together with the local health protection team to make sure that the homes have all the PPE they need, support with their staffing where they have staff who are isolating and staff who have tested positive, including the NHS Lothian Staff Bank. All relevant infection prevention and control measures are understood and being implemented, and that both homes have the clinical care they need, and that is being provided to the residents affected.
Neil Findlay.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, and of course our thoughts are with those who've lost their lives, and for the families left behind, and for the staff who are doing their very best. Over the last 2 days, I've been contacted by many staff members and families of residents at the Red Mill Care Home, and I know colleagues have had similar contact with Milford House. Both staff and relatives need our 100% support at this extremely difficult time. I spoke to HC1 today in relation to Red Mill, and they tell me first positive test was on the 25th of September, and NHS Scotland were informed on that day, but that the whole home testing regime by NHS Scotland did not take place until 6 days later. Today, 28 staff are still waiting on results. 6 staff are waiting on a test. Some tests couldn't be given because labels didn't come with kits. 20 residents are awaiting results. Some people have not had results despite being tested on the 28th of September, 9 days ago. One staff member received 3 sets of results. One received someone else's results, and 20 results were returned negative, but with no information with them as to who they belonged to. I really hope the same has not happened at Milford House, because staff and residents deserve so much better than what appears to be a shambles with the testing regime in this case. If this is the way it is operating, then how on earth can we get on top of the virus, Cabinet Secretary? The staff at this home deserve so much better than what they're being provided with in terms of the testing regime. And I have to say in this case, this is not the owners of the home that is responsible. The staff and the owners are doing their best. It is the testing regime that is at fault.
Cabinet Secretary.
So I don't have the benefit of the information Mr Findlay has just provided, but I will absolutely look into that later today and seek to give him a detailed response tomorrow, and also to other members who have a direct interest and concern. The information I do have is that from NHS Lothian is that all tests that were carried out before the weekend have been returned and are in the Test and Protect system. Now, that is clearly different from what Mr Finlay is telling me, so we need to pursue that in some detail. What I do know is that in Redmill we have 37 staff and 18 residents who have tested positive, and in Milford House 18 staff and 13 residents who have tested positive. So obviously results have been coming back, but the issues that Mr Finlay is raising are serious issues, and we will have taken a note of those as he spoke, but if he would care to send them directly to me, so I'm absolutely sure about the facts of that as he understands them, then, as I've said, we will investigate that urgently and make sure that if there are those problems, that I understand exactly why those problems have occurred and what we are doing to resolve them, and to make sure too that if those problems do exist, as Mr Finlay has described them, that that is not replicated across the system.
Neil Finlay.
I would urge the Cabinet Secretary, I'm more than happy to provide that information, and HC1 have been extremely helpful in providing me with the updated information today and information yesterday, and I'm very thankful for that. I have sent that information today to NHS Lothian and to the Health and Care Partnership. So that information is there with those two organisations, and I would ask the Cabinet Secretary to have an immediate inquiry into what has happened in this case, because this cannot continue when there are lives at risk.
Jane Freeman.
So I'm not at all, by what I'm about to say, casting any aspersions on what Mr Finlay is telling me by any means whatsoever. But that is not the information I have from NHS Lothian. It's not the information I had from the Care Inspectorate, whom I spoke to this morning, nor from Scottish Care, whom I also spoke to this morning, both of whom had been in contact with HC1 and the other provider. So when I get that information from Mr Finlay, and I'm grateful to him for sending it to me, I'm sure it will be waiting for me when I get upstairs, I will look in great detail and have that investigated and get straight back to him and other members who may be affected so that we can understand exactly what has happened here, what the facts of the matter are, why, if there is a problem, there has been that problem, and make sure, importantly, not only is it resolved for those two care homes, but it is not replicated anywhere else in the system.
I have requests for two supplementaries. I can take them both if members are brief. Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. My thoughts are with the families and loved ones of those who have died from the virus at these care homes. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, further to Neil Finlay's question, whether or not NHS Lothian have currently said that they believe that they met the Care Inspectorate's stated guidelines? And can I also ask if she'll investigate the ability to reopen the temporary lab at Edinburgh University, given that it's been currently put into hibernation, so that we can look towards additional capacity for care home testing across the east of Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
So, as I said, both homes, neither home has been flagged as either amber or red by either the Care Inspectorate in the regular assessment that they do, or the local Director of Public Health. And those assessments are done weekly, and I get a report of all of them, and neither home has appeared as amber or red. And as we know, neither home has had an outbreak before, and that is in part why I know care home staff across the country are very concerned when they have positive cases. But additionally, in the case of these two homes, I know how upset and anxious the staff are because this has not happened before. And so they are very worried about that, which is why the root cause analysis is so important. We need to understand in two care homes which have been, as far as all the data I have, been following all the guidance and all the procedures, what has happened here. In terms of the particular lab, the capacity, as I think the First Minister said in her statement, we are busy increasing the NHS capacity across the country. The particular lab in Edinburgh has been returned to its earlier work. We need to maintain capacity, not just increase capacity, not just for COVID testing, but we need to maintain capacity for NHS testing, for the normal diagnostic and other tests that are done as we remobilise the service. We can't give that up, if you like, otherwise we wouldn't be able to do some of the procedures that we are doing. So we have scaled up NHS Scotland capacity, and as the First Minister said in her earlier statement, we will come back with the review that we are doing as we scale up NHS, and we see what UK Lighthouse Lab is also scaling up, how we can strategically use that additional capacity to look at other areas of testing that is clinically advised. But just in final point, in relation to care homes, we are incrementally transitioning all our care home staff testing away from Lighthouse into NHS labs. That's partly to protect that testing from where Lighthouse has to deal with a UK-wide surge in demand, which can sometimes increase turnaround times.
And Sarah Boyer.
Thank you. Like colleagues, I also associate myself with the comment about the devastating impact of these outbreaks. Can the Cabinet Secretary tell us what enhanced infection and prevention control mechanisms will actually be put in place, both in these care homes, but the lessons for other care homes, not just in Lothian, but across the country, which can be taken from these outbreaks? And has she seen the research from NHS Lothian about the correlation between the size of care homes and outbreaks?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I have seen that research, and actually it's backed by some of the data that the Care Inspectorate has also produced in terms of, it's partly about the size of care homes, it's also about the configuration of care homes, where they are configured in such a way that you can isolate a whole floor, for example, then responding to cases of infection. It could be COVID, but it could be other norovirus or flu or other infections that can break out in these settings, is more straightforward. But overall, in general, it appears that the data is clear that the smaller care homes are more effective in the impact of the infection prevention and control work that they do. And so there is more work to do on that. And there's obviously implications in terms of the business model for some care homes about how they go forward. And all of that is factored in, of course, into the independent review that Derek Feely is leading. Enhanced infection prevention and control is particularly assisted by what we have now introduced, where we have the majority of care homes now signed up to this, which is, it's called the safety tool. It's essentially the same safety huddle tool that we have used so successfully in hospital settings as part of our patient safety programme, transferred over but applied appropriately into the care home setting. And what that allows us to see, and the home itself to see, and the Care Inspectorate and local directors of public health to see on a regular basis, not only stock levels of PPE, and of course we continue to supply that where that is needed, but also staffing rotas to ensure that, particularly as we want to open up visiting where that is possible in a safe way, that requires particular levels of staffing rotas. So the safety huddle tool, as it is called, allows us now to see on a much more regular, indeed a daily and a weekly basis, where homes might need additional support, either from their local NHS teams or from the local health protection teams. But the core work, the core basic infection prevention and control is the absolute standard that we need to ensure is there in all our care homes. The safety huddle tool helps us identify where there may be difficulties in delivering that so that we can intervene and offer that support direct.
Thank you. That concludes the urgent question. Can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the chamber and across the Holyrood campus, and please take care to observe these measures this afternoon, including when entering and exiting the chamber. We will move on in a moment to the next item of business.
Thank you. Before I go on to the next item of business, I have to say there is no time in hand now whatsoever. So if you take interventions, you'll have to absorb them, I'm afraid, into your time allocation. The next item of business is a debate on motion 22955 in the name of Michael Russell on legislative consent to the Internal Market Bill. Can I ask those members who wish to speak in the debate to press the request to speak buttons now? I call Michael Russell to speak to and move the motion. Cabinet Secretary, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, today we are faced with no ordinary decision about whether to give or withhold approval to a Westminster bill. For this debate is actually about a decision regarding the value of this Parliament and the people we serve, and whether we are prepared to stand up for them or allow a UK government to, and I quote, fundamentally overwrite and undermine a material part of the system of devolution that has operated in the UK for more than 2 decades. That devolution settlement came into being because of a decisive vote by the people of Scotland in 1997. Labour, and I'm happy to acknowledge Scotland's debt to the party and to Donald Dewar, legislated for that devolution referendum, and my party campaigned with them, Liberal Democrats and the Green Party, in favour of establishing this institution. We did not agree on the process that led to that vote, but when the choice came, the SNP backed what the people of Scotland wanted, and now when that choice is again in front of us, we do so again. I was part of that campaign, working with many, including Alec Rowley, to persuade our fellow citizens to mark their ballot papers with a double yes. And I'm in the same company again, though I do not relish the circumstances. I'm sure that Labour, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens will repeat today their commitment to what the people wanted then, as will we. Our vote will follow our voice. But alas, the Tories, no doubt, will again be true to their stance then, a stance taken directly against the will of the Scottish people. They were against empowering their fellow citizens then, and they're still against doing that 23 years later. Leopards don't change their spots. And having been rejected then, they've gone on being rejected, most recently in last December's Westminster election. Yet despite that, they are still seeking to take a wrecking ball to Scotland's Parliament and Scotland's democracy. That wasn't in their manifesto, but it was clearly in their minds then and always has been. I give way.
Liz Smith. To the Cabinet Secretary taking an intervention, does he accept that the internal market bill is very much about protecting jobs and investment in Scotland, and that is absolutely critical?
But the answer is no, I do not. And indeed, the fact-checking service proves that that is not the case. But as I said, wrecking Scotland's Parliament was not put to the Scottish people by the Conservatives, but it is what they intended to do, and it is what they are trying to do. Presiding Officer, the memorandum before us today makes clear that if the bill becomes law, then the legislative powers of the Scottish Parliament and the executive competence of Scottish ministers, as they've been understood since 1998, would in many cases cease to exist. But as well as an assault on devolution, this bill is a recipe for regulatory incoherence and a race to the bottom. It is also a breach of international law. Presiding Officer, the fundamental principle of the Ministerial Code is that ministers must not knowingly break the law. That in itself is an incontrovertible reason why Scottish ministers cannot recommend legislative consent for the bill, but I would also argue that no member of a Scottish Parliament elected to serve the people of Scotland could ever recommend consent to such a bill. Members will be familiar with the main provisions, but let me go through them. The bill contains sweeping new blanket mutual recognition and non-discrimination provisions at parts 1 and 2, and these would require Scotland to accept lower standards relating to food, as pointed out by Food Standards Scotland, to the environment, as pointed out by Environment Link, and building materials, as pointed out by the Royal Incorporation of Architects, and those regardless of the views of the Parliament or the wishes of the people of Scotland, and the scope of those powers can be unilaterally changed by UK ministers and only by UK ministers. There are new measures for mutual recognition of professional qualifications that cause grave concern to bodies such as the General Teaching Council. There's a new oversight body tasked with second-guessing the policy choices of this Parliament, including in things like in the public services like the health service or public water supplies. Measures at Part 5 of the bill break international law and betray a cynical disregard for Northern Ireland, which has already alienated many, including the EU. There are sweeping new spending powers in Part 6 that threaten the devolved Scottish budget and transfer decision-making over areas of devolved spending from the Scottish to the UK government. State aid will be reserved, which could affect, for example, agricultural subsidy, and the whole Act would be placed permanently beyond the powers of this Parliament to mitigate or ameliorate. For those reasons, the bill is wholly unacceptable and should be rejected. The deceit practised by the UK Government with regard to this bill is now a matter of public record, thanks to yesterday's leak of documents that show the truth about how it was deliberately withheld from the devolved governments. But there have been other deceits too. Firstly, the ridiculous assertion that the bill represents a power surge. The opposite is true, as the explanatory notes make clear. In fact, there will be a new blanket constraint on the exercise of the Parliament's powers, and the scope of the constraints can be adjusted at any time at the discretion of UK ministers, regardless of other views. Secondly, there are the repeated assurances that the bill will not lead to a race to the bottom in standards. But the UK currently enjoys high standards by virtue of EU laws still applying during the transition period. Under the bill, should Scotland wish to maintain those standards, we'll be forced still to recognise lower standards set elsewhere in the UK. And the UK government has blocked, no, I will not. UK government has blocked every, because I'm just coming to one of your key assertions. The UK government has blocked every proposed move to provide legal guarantees that high environmental, animal welfare and food safety standards would prevail. Thirdly, let me rebut the claim that this bill is necessary merely in order to replace at UK level the system of UK market rules. In fact, the bill introduces a system of unqualified powers for UK ministers to effectively impose rules on the whole of the UK, even in devolved areas, which is the very opposite of the principle of co-decision and agreement between sovereign member states that lies at the heart of the EU rules. EU single market rules also recognise policy objectives alongside market considerations, and the principles of subsidiarity and proportionality are crucial aspects of them. And finally, let me talk about jobs. Mr Lockhart's amendment talks about the 550,000 jobs being protected by this bill. Nonsense. In fact, nonsense on stilts, as exposed in a Ferret fact-checking website last night. Presiding officer, they don't like the truth. Presiding officer, at the end of December, the UK and Scotland will leave the Brexit transition period. The transition is ending because of the astonishing and reckless decision of Boris Johnson to refuse an extension that was on offer, despite the fact of a global pandemic and a deep economic recession. Yet, even at this late stage, the possibility of leaving in the worst possible way with no deal remains. And even if there is a deal, it will be a low deal, vastly inferior to what we experience now and hugely disadvantageous to business and disruptive to everyday life. So, presiding officer, the real jobs threat comes not from the devolved administrations, but from the Brexiteer ultras who have captured the Conservative Party, and those in this chamber who have meekly accepted their writ, no doubt because it saves their own jobs. The way to avoid all this damage is not only clear, but to hand. We can do so by returning to the voluntary common frameworks process devised by the devolved governments in the UK, which, despite our differences over EU exit, has been able to make progress over the last few years. Frameworks are based on principles of equal negotiation and agreement. If there are any missing areas, as claimed by Michael Gove very late in the day, we commit ourselves to closing those gaps. We're also willing to act as if all the frameworks were already in force whilst they're being finalised. And I think the same commitment is being made in Wales. So if the UK does that, we could move on from this present impasse and the deepening crisis. Presiding officer, this bill is not only unacceptable to the devolved governments, it is also unacceptable to a wide range of organisations and individuals across Scottish society who are deeply worried. Now, of course, there are differing views of Scotland's ultimate constitutional destination across this chamber. But regardless of those views, we can come together today. We can say on behalf of the people of Scotland that we do not consent to this bill. We can stand up against this Tory power grab and urge the UK government to change course. And therefore, presiding officer, I move that the Parliament agrees not to consent to the United Kingdom Internal Market Bill, as it reduces and constrains the competence of this Scottish Parliament and breaches international law.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Bruce Crawford to open on behalf of the committee. Convener, please.
Thank you, President Officer. If I could begin by, first of all, thanking all of the committee members for their very hard work and commitment in completing so many reports this week, and also to our clerks for the significant help and advice they provided in our work. It's with some regret that I speak on behalf of only 8 members of the committee this afternoon. As members know, I've always sought as a convener to try where possible to reach a consensus on committee reports, and in the main, we've managed to do so. However, there's a clear division of views between the majority of the committee and our Conservative Party colleagues on the UK Internal Market Bill. This is disappointing, given that the other 8 members on the committee have agreed that the bill undermines the whole basis of devolution. Our view is that the devolution cannot work if the Westminster Government simply imposes its view on how the UK constitutional arrangements should evolve following Brexit. Unfortunately, the bill aims to do just that, both in relation to its substance and the way it's been handled. Our most significant concern is with the market access principles of mutual recognition and non-discrimination. Mutual recognition in particular is potentially much more far-reaching than the equivalent EU principle. This is primarily for 3 reasons. First, the list of exclusions on public interest grounds from the application of the principle are much narrower. And second, UK ministers have the power to amend that list without any requirement to seek consent or consult with the devolved governments. Third, the asymmetrical structure of the UK internal market. Given the relative size of the English economy and population, inevitably it will be market forces which determine regulatory standards. Why would any devolved government then want to potentially put their own economies at a competitive disadvantage by seeking higher regulatory standards, which can then be undermined by imports from other parts of the UK which don't need to meet those same standards? This means in reality that regulatory standards agreed by the UK Parliament would effectively be imposed on the devolved nations. The committee heard that this approach is significantly different from the approach taken in the EU and other internal markets. Dr. Emily Lydgate from the University of Sussex told us, and I quote, "The core of any approach to an internal market that is as integrated as the UK's has to be harmonised rules that have a strong consultative process underlying them. The rules cannot simply be set by one of the countries." Presiding Officer, the committee's view is that it's unacceptable that the UK government should seek to effectively impose new reservations on the devolved competencies through this bill. This is not myth-making, as the Duchy of Lancaster would have it, but a clear consequence of the proposed market access principle in the context of the relative size of England's population and economy. The UK government has argued that the agreement of common frameworks means that the market access principles will only apply in a limited number of policy areas. But it's not clear how common frameworks can address the threat to devolution in this bill. In areas where the devolved governments may wish to have higher standards than the minimum standards agreed in frameworks, these will be potentially rendered ineffective by the market access principles. Consequently, there needs to be far greater clarity about how both statutory and non-statutory frameworks would interact with the market access principles. The committee also considered the provisions in the bill to reserve state aid. The committee agrees with the Scottish Government and Welsh Government that state aid is a devolved matter. Any future legislation on subsidy control should be agreed between all of the 4 governments and legislators across the UK through the Common Frameworks process. The committee therefore recommends that the reservation of subsidy control is unnecessary and should be removed from the bill. Part 6 of the bill will provide the UK government with a single, comprehensive statutory power to provide financial assistance across a range of policy areas throughout the whole of the United Kingdom. The committee's view is that it's regrettable that Part 6 has not been subject to any public or parliamentary consultation. It's also regrettable that the views of the devolved governments were not sought. We reiterate the findings of our report on structural funds post-Brexit. In particular, that any UK-wide replacement of EU structural funding should replicate some of the aspects of the current structural funds approach. We consider the decision-taking powers that the Scottish Government currently exercises under structural funds should not be reduced under any future UK approach. Presiding Officer, the committee previously recommended that there is an onus on all four governments and legislators across the UK to work constructively together to seek a solution to the complex and challenging issues arising from leaving the EU internal market. The committee recommended that this must be achieved through mutual trust and respect for the UK's existing constitutional arrangement. The committee concludes that it is highly regrettable that in relation to the internal market bill, this has not happened. The committee is dismayed that the UK government has instead adopted a hierarchical approach through which its default position is to impose new limitations on devolution which go way beyond the previous limitations of EU membership. The committee's view is that devolution cannot work on the basis of a Westminster government imposing its view on how the UK constitutional arrangements should evolve following Brexit. The committee therefore recommends that the Parliament does not agree consent to the UK Internal Market Bill. Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Crawford. I now call on Dean Lockhart to speak to move Amendment 22955.1 on behalf of the Conservatives. Mr Lockhart.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I move the amendment in my name. There's been a lot of noise surrounding the UK internal market proposals, but surely the priority, when further restrictions have just been announced on economic activity, must be to protect the 550,000 jobs and livelihoods and the 60% of trade that depend on barrier-free access to the UK internal market. That's certainly the view of key stakeholders, such as the CBI and the NFUS, who have given evidence the internal market is extremely important, more important than the EU market and the rest of the world put together. And, Presiding Officer, that's also our priority. On the other side of this debate, I do recognise there are legitimate questions over how these proposals might work in practice, but too much focus has been on constitutional scaremongering and on hypothetical concerns. Take, for example, paragraph 13 of the LCM, which claims that the bill will result in declining standards, what the Cabinet Secretary referred to as the race to the bottom, a claim utterly devoid of any factual evidence, because the inconvenient truth for the SNP is that the UK Government has introduced higher domestic standards than the EU across a vast range of areas. Just weeks ago, the first major, let me make progress, just weeks ago, in the first major free trade agreement signed following Brexit, the economic partnership with Japan, far from lowering standards, this deal goes way beyond the scope of the EU-Japan free trade agreement and has increased the number of protected geographical indications for Scottish produce, meaning that Scottish salmon, cheese, wool and beef will now have much higher levels of protection in the Japanese market. And in relation to the SNP's poster child for lowering standards, the proposed free trade agreement with the US, when I challenged Ivan McKee at committee to give real examples of his concerns about these lower standards, his response was, and I quote, "All concerns are hypothetical." So there we have it, Presiding Officer. A long history, as well as very recent examples of high standards being adopted by the UK Government, in direct contrast and in contradiction to the hypotheticals we have heard from the other side. The memorandum goes on to claim that the bill will undermine the powers of this Parliament, when quite the opposite is true. At the end of the transition period, this Parliament will enjoy more than 100 new additional powers coming from the EU, making it more powerful than ever. My colleague just said it's a power surge. Absolutely. But as we all know, the SNP wants to surrender every single one of these powers back to the EU, in what would be the biggest power surrender this Parliament has ever seen. Presiding Officer, the motion from the Scottish Government today states that the bill will reduce and constrain the competence of this Parliament. Again, completely untrue, because the agreed approach of all four nations is that the mutually agreed common frameworks will regulate the vast majority of the additional powers coming back from the EU. Let me make this point, it's important. And these frameworks will deliver agreed standards as well as dynamic divergence in areas where devolved administrations want to take a different approach. And we support all of those objectives. But there still has to be a mechanism in place to deal with residual elements of trade which will sit outside of those agreed common frameworks. And that's where this bill comes into play. Witnesses, I will in a second, witnesses such as Professor Keating have recognised the need for such a fallback mechanism. He gave the following evidence. The common frameworks will cover most issues, but if something arises that is not covered by the frameworks, there should be a mechanism for dealing with that. And that's the fundamental point, Presiding Officer, that the Internal Market Bill will only apply as a default mechanism to a residual element of trade that falls outside agreed common frameworks. On that basis, to say that this bill will cripple the Scottish Parliament and its devolved competence, as the First Minister has repeatedly said, is wholly misleading. Take, for example, minimum unit pricing for alcohol. Again, a good example used by the SNP. A divergent approach by this Parliament will be allowed in the future, meaning that alcohol produced elsewhere in the UK can only be sold in Scotland if it complies with minimum pricing in Scotland. Contrast that with the position under EU law, where the Scottish Government had to defend this divergent approach through the courts. Presiding Officer, in his opening remarks, the Cabinet Secretary talked about the United Kingdom no longer being a partnership of equals. But the real test of any partnership is how a partner reacts during a crisis. And we have seen the strength of the UK partnership delivering for Scotland during this time of crisis. £16 billion of additional support as part of the UK Government's COVID response, the UK furlough scheme saving over 900,000 jobs in Scotland, and this bill delivering even more investment to Scotland. But let me ask the Cabinet Secretary, what has his contribution been during this period of crisis? Spending time and money on an unwanted second referendum, walking away from negotiations on the internal market and interfering with the Brexit negotiations. So when the Cabinet Secretary questions this partnership of equals, he is the one trying to undermine the partnership. Finally, Presiding Officer,
winding up.
The Scottish motion today refers to a breach of international law, and perhaps that's what the member wanted to intervene on. It refers to a breach of international law. On this very issue, let me quote what Mr Russell told the committee last week. And I quote directly, "There is nothing unlawful about the House of Commons preparing a bill. It should never have come to the House, but that is not the same as it being illegal." For once, I agree with the Cabinet Secretary.
And you must conclude there.
I'm concluding, Presiding Officer, by emphasising the vital importance of this Parliament protecting jobs and livelihoods during this crisis, and that's why we will be voting for the legislative consent motion at decision time.
Thank you. I now call Alec Rowley to open for Labour. Mr Rowley, please, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In opening this debate for Labour today, I want to make clear that we will not give consent to the United Kingdom Internal Market Bill. And let me be clear, we will not give support to any measures that reduce and constrain the competence of the Scottish Parliament. As a political party, Labour is committed to devolution. And for the avoidance of doubt, this bill is a full-on attack on the existing devolution settlement. Devolution has worked for Scotland, and with such economic uncertainty as we face right now, it is further devolution that is required to build back a better Scotland. However, instead of taking the best course of action to protect the UK internal market through the collaboration and cooperation of all nations, we have a take-it-or-leave-it approach from Boris Johnson and his Tory chums. And make no mistake, those Tory chums, including the Scottish Tories sitting in this chamber today, will put Johnson and his interests before the interests of the people of Scotland. So to all those worried about the future of Scotland, I say the greatest threat to the future of Scotland, its economy and its relationship with the rest of the United Kingdom is Boris Johnson and all those Scottish Tories that have lined up behind him blind loyalty. And that is why I say the Tory party want to detract from the real issues in this bill by claiming the argument is about independence. It is nothing to do with independence, but everything to do with the UK Government removing powers from the Scottish Parliament and ultimately from the Scottish people. And then, OK, we've got time.
Patrick Harvey.
Grateful to the member for giving way. Surely he agrees, as I do, with Scotland's trade union movement, who said that if the UK Government proceed with this bill against the wishes of the Scottish Parliament, it makes the case for a second independence referendum unanswerable.
Alec Rowley.
It certainly demonstrates that the greatest threat to the United Kingdom is Boris Johnson and his clapping Tories who sit behind him. And then, as an added arrogance, this bill breaches international law, a fact that was readily admitted by the Northern Ireland Secretary in the House of Commons, and the bill is now under legal proceedings from the EU due to that breach. Frankly, this whole thing is a disgrace and will have massive repercussions for the UK's international reputation, which has already been suffering over the last few years of this Conservative government and its failures. However, presiding officer, it is not just that the Internal Market Bill breaks international law or that it drives a coach and horses through devolution. It paves the way, in my view, for private companies and multinational companies to force their way into key public services in Scotland. This bill will lead to a race to the bottom in so many areas of our daily life. The overwhelming evidence from across the world is that in this day and age we must have more regulation, not less. The idea that everything should be left to the market is not only an outdated idea, it is a dangerous idea whose time has come and gone. So it seems incredible to be ploughing on regardless with this bill and with the Tory Brexit plan. We have supported the Scottish Government to make the case for a Brexit extension, which is absolutely necessary at this time. Interest rates are at rock bottom and the Chancellor of the Exchequer has never borrowed so much, with public debt now more than 100% of the size of our economy. This on top of massive increases in unemployment to COVID and worrying forecasts for further unemployment to come. The pandemic has wrecked our economy, but the economic cost of a no-deal Brexit could be 2 or 3 times as bad as the impact of COVID, according to the London School of Economics. Surely anyone looking at this, presiding officer, would say it's absurd to continue down this path and that we need to think again. That would be anyone but Johnson and Johnson's Tories. I say, think again.
Thank you very much, Mr Rowley, and I call on Patrick Harvey to the Green Party. 4 minutes, Mr Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This has been an extraordinary process leading to an extraordinary bill which poses an extraordinary threat to us all. The process cut right through the discussion of common frameworks and began with a consultation, a short consultation which could not have been more perfectly timed to coincide with the parliamentary recesses in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. It involved a refusal of the Secretary of State responsible for the bill to come and give evidence. It included no draft bill for consultation, and it includes a clear threat to legislate without consent of this Parliament. As far as I understand, the Scottish and Welsh governments were still asking to see the bill during a meeting of the Joint Ministerial Committee when a photo of the press release announcing its publication was leaked on Twitter. This could not be more shambolic. But the substance of the bill poses an extraordinary threat as well. The direct assault on this Parliament's democracy, this democratic authority, comes from the political party which opposed the creation of this Parliament in the first place. This is not an insurance policy, it's a wrecking ball. Where mutual respect genuinely exists between the jurisdictions, cooperation is possible, even when political parties with very different politics are in power. The last 20 years shows us that. But this shocking power grab is what makes cooperation impossible. There is no incentive at all for the UK government to negotiate or compromise if it has already taken the decision to ignore and overrule Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and even international law. That's why I'm pleased to say that over 6,000 people have signed up to support the Scottish Green Party's campaign against this bill. But beyond the substance of the bill and the extraordinary process, there is an extraordinary threat behind it, a deeper concern about the true agenda of the current UK government, not only encapsulated in this bill, but in their trade agenda too. It's apparent from the likes of Liz Truss and the speech that she gave at the free market extremist lobby group, the Cato Institute, a couple of years back, complaining of the thicket of regulations and welcoming their race-to-the-bottom agenda on food, on safety, on public services, public health and on environmental protection. Liz Truss's attitude to these issues, she's far from alone in the UK government in sharing this agenda with a right-wing, anti-environment, anti-social, climate change-denying outfit like the Cato Institute. They've just appointed Tony Abbott, for goodness sake, to the UK Board of Trade. Another example, someone who's worked with Nigel Lawson's dishonest climate denial lobby group, someone who's denied this basic science for years and called it a cult. The UK government is willing to bring people like that into government. The UK government is willing to break international law and render itself untrustworthy either with international partners or within the governments elsewhere in these islands. The UK government is willing to undermine human rights, willing to overturn devolution. I do agree with the STUC's comment, which I quoted to Mr Rowley, that if the UK government makes good on its threat to legislate, to pass this bill in defiance of a refusal to consent to it by this Parliament, it will make the case for a second independence referendum unanswerable, because this bill does one thing very clearly. It exposes the reality of the choice Scotland faces, and in the context of the current UK government, that choice is between direct rule and independence.
Thank you very much, Mr Harvey. And I now call Willie Rennie to for the Liberal Democrats. 4 minutes to Mr Rennie, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. This legislation emerged from a hurried white paper in the summer and has been blasted through Westminster at high speed. The bill exists to smooth a trade deal with the United States of America. It gives UK ministers the power to sweep away objections from devolved administrations on matters like food safety and environmental safety. I have been astonished to hear UK ministers say that the Northern Ireland Protocol was done in haste, so cannot be relied upon. Those very same ministers are rushing through this legislation at breakneck timetable and a strong-arm guillotine, and they don't even blush. I was very interested in the expert witnesses at the committee. Professor Dugan wrote in his submission that many trade systems that rely on mutual recognition also incorporate multiple safeguards into its application. There are none in this bill. Professor Keating has pointed out in his evidence most systems with internal markets would be federal, with each of the different administrations having a say. But this bill gives power to one Secretary of State. I would prefer joint ministerial committees to be up and running with a dispute resolution process to keep the internal market moving. With the frameworks agreed by all four administrations, then the detailed implementation can be left to the individual administrations, safe in the knowledge that the fundamentals of the internal market are protected. My colleague on the committee, Beatrice Wishart, asked about fire safety standards. She pointed out that Peter Drummond, from the Royal Incorporation of Architects, said that Scotland's most robust fire safety regulations could fall foul of the bill. If we wanted to change or toughen its existing standards, the bill would appear to come into force against it. Now, in response, the UK government said, we will continue to be able to set our own regulations. But as the expert witness, Professor Dugan, pointed out, Technically speaking, the UK Government is correct, but only if we totally ignore the bill that we are talking about. So you would have thought that it would be a pretty high-ranking office holder of the Boris Johnson fan club to think that this is an honest piece of legislation. However, it does seem that we might have a number of those individuals in the chamber today. And that's before we get to the brazen admission that this bill will break international law. So much for the party of law and order. But yet the Scottish Conservatives still stand by this bill. This bill is unnecessary. It is rushed. It is ill-conceived. It will undermine the United Kingdom partnership, will put power in the hands of just one minister, and will break international law. This Parliament should reject this legislative consent motion, and the UK Government should withdraw the bill without delay.
Thank you very much. Open debate, 4-minute speeches. Make sure you press your request to speak button to speak. I call Keith Brown to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, President Officer. I will not vote for this Parliament to consent to the UK Government's Internal Market Bill, and I have a number of reasons for that position. The bill, first of all, by the UK Government's own admission, breaks international law. It may do so in a specific and limited way, but it is state-sponsored law-breaking, and as such it further chips away at trust and respect and represents a full-scale assault on devolution and the powers of this Parliament. Is it any wonder that the latest Scottish Social Attitude Survey released last week shows that just 15% of those asked trust the UK Government to work in Scotland's interests? And that, President Officer, was before it was revealed that the UK Government is specifically, deliberately and disgracefully keeping secret from the Scottish Government and this Parliament consideration of a number of crucial measures that will directly affect devolved competencies. The respect agenda indeed seems like a long time ago, and not a word of concern did we hear about that from the Tories in this chamber. The Internal Market Bill will lead, in my view, to a race to the bottom in regulations in areas such as health protection, animal welfare or housing and environmental standards. Now, in 1997, the people of Scotland voted overwhelmingly, nearly 75%, in support of a Parliament for Scotland. A Parliament reconvened after 300 years of Scotland. A Parliament that's allowed us to take a different path from the UK in so many issues, such as free prescriptions, no tuition fees for students, something lambasted by Tories in this chamber for years, but apparently they now support it, minimum pricing for alcohol and a fairer, more just social security system. Now, we know the Tories never fully got behind devolution, but those in this Parliament, as well as members from all other parties, have a duty to defend the devolution settlement and acknowledge the level of contempt that this bill shows the Scottish Parliament and the other devolved nations of the UK. It also demonstrates to me the Tories in this Parliament have no expectation, no serious expectation of ever exercising power in Scotland. If they did so, they wouldn't be so happy to cheer the removal of powers from this devolved Parliament. No, I won't. I don't have time. Instead, well, you never gave way to anybody either yourself. Instead, the Tories in this Parliament have fallen into line behind Boris. They now support Brexit, despite 62% of voters in Scotland opposing it. Just like it was revealed last week that they danced to London's tune when they were told by a Westminster MP to support scrapping the hate crime bill, putting political point scoring above engaging constructively to better the lives of the people of Scotland. As with other Brexit-related legislation, the UK Parliament has contemptuously passed laws that affect devolved matters, despite the consent of one or more of the devolved administrations being withheld. Now, I acknowledge, Presiding Officer, there is little hope of a different outcome on this issue, but what there is an opportunity for the Tories in this Parliament to stand up, find a spine and say enough is enough. The UK's 5 living former Prime Ministers, John Major, Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, David Cameron and Theresa May, have all spoken out against this bill. Will the Scottish Tories speak out against this bill? I think we know the answer to that. After years ignoring Scotland's interests and its clear democratic wishes, it should come as no surprise to the Tories that the number of Scots backing independence is now at record levels. Indeed, when the removal of powers from this Parliament was first proposed, the SNP, my party, put on 7,000 members virtually overnight. Such was the outrage at the proposal back over 2 years ago. And now the number of Scots backing independence is at record levels. And if the UK Government imposes this bill on Scotland, it will become ever more evident that the only way to protect Scotland's interests and our place in Europe is to become an independent country. This is, Presiding Officer, a huge moment in the constitutional development of this Parliament. And if this Parliament, by a large majority, refuses consent, and Boris Johnson and his acolytes in this Parliament ride roughshod over this Parliament, then the STUC, as they have said, and as Patrick Harvey's referred to, have said that the referendum on independence becomes unanswerable, and we will have that referendum.
Thank you. I now call Murdo Fraser to be followed by Annabel Yu. Mr Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. With all the hysterical language we've just been hearing about what this bill is about, I think we need to focus on what really matters here, and that is the importance of the UK internal market to Scottish business. And we know, according to the Fraser of Allan Institute, who I think might know a little bit more about this than the Ferret, over 500,000 jobs in Scotland are supported by demand for our goods and services from the rest of the UK. 60% of Scotland's trade is with the rest of the UK, worth over £50 billion a year to the Scottish economy. And we know that trade to the rest of the UK is worth 3 times as much as trade to the EU single market. And against that backdrop, it's no wonder there have been calls from those involved in business and trade for legislation to ensure that the UK internal market works seamlessly in a post-Brexit environment. The CBI have said preserving the integrity of the single market, the economic glue binding our 4 nations, is essential to guard against any additional costs or barriers to doing business between different parts of the UK. The Scottish Retail Consortium have said that Scotland benefits enormously from the UK internal market. The National Farmers Union of Scotland have said it is vital for the agricultural industry. Oil and Gas UK have said that regulatory barriers will harm their sector, and Quality Meat Scotland have said they want frictionless trade in the UK to be maintained as far as possible. So there is a clear demand for the legislation before us. And it's disappointing that in the contributions we hear from the other parties in this chamber, there seems to be little recognition for this, of the need for this legislation. Now, we've heard from Michael Russell that this bill represents a power grab from the UK government. But in reality, as we've heard, there are 111 powers coming to the Scottish Parliament as a result of Brexit, and only a single power currently being exercised that is being removed. And the hypocrisy of the SNP's position is while they complain about a power grab in this bill, they are pursuing their own power grab on Holyrood with the EU Continuity Bill, a bill which will hand extensive powers to Scottish ministers to introduce new laws in Scotland without detailed parliamentary scrutiny in order to keep pace with EU laws, laws made by a third party where we have had no say in their development. Under the SNP's plans, we will become a rule taker, but we will not be a rule maker. And it is little wonder we've had so much opposition from stakeholders to what they are proposing. And we should never forget, Presiding Officer, that in relation to all the powers the SNP are complaining about in this bill, they want to hand every single one of them straight back to the EU. So obsessed are they with EU membership, they would rather damage our businesses and the Scottish economy by aligning with the EU in preference to aligning with the UK, when that UK market is worth 3 times the Scottish business what the EU market is worth. And yet, for reasons of their narrow ideological obsession, they will damage the Scottish economy by threatening our ability to trade with the UK. And we should not accept for a moment either the nonsense that is being stated that this bill would lead to a lowering of standards. Already the UK, as Dean Lockhart said, has exceptionally high standards when it comes to the protection of consumers and workers, higher standards than the EU as a whole, whether it comes to animal welfare or the environment or workers' rights. We are far ahead of what the EU offers. That is the position we should be maintaining, and there is nothing in this bill that threatens that. Presiding Officer, this bill also contains the right for UK ministers to spend money directly in Scotland, a measure we should all welcome. With Brexit, we will no longer have EU structure funds, and the UK government has agreed that these will be replaced with direct UK investment in Scotland in exactly the same way as we have seen from the EU in the past. And yet, strangely, SNP politicians seem to object to this extra money, to extra resources coming for their constituents, for infrastructure projects, for cultural projects, for community initiatives. They're happy to accept this money when it comes from the EU, but they're so blinkered and prejudiced against the UK. They would rather turn this money down rather than have it from a UK shared resource rather from the EU. Presiding Officer, this UK internal market is essential to Scottish business, and for that reason we should back it and reject this nonsense motion.
I call Annabel Ewing, please, to be followed by James Kelly.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As we have heard, the UK's bill would impose a series of rules on trade within the UK following the end of the transition period with the EU. on 31st December and a likely cliff edge Brexit, a situation, of course, that we in Scotland did not vote for. But as of course on Brexit, just as on everything else, our views are ignored and our votes simply disregarded by the UK, and I don't know why the Tory front benchers are smirking. The rules to be imposed by the UK Government would mean, for example, that state aid powers concerning devolved areas would be taken away to London, that London would take control of key devolved spending powers, and that there would be inevitably a race to the bottom in terms of, for example, food and environmental standards. Indeed, it is quite clear that public policy protections in the bill have been drawn very narrowly and are very limited in scope, and they would not be sufficient to keep out of Scotland cheap imported chlorinated chicken and hormone-injected beef. As Professor Catherine Barnard said in evidence to the Culture, Tourism, Europe and External Affairs Committee on 24 September, and I quote, "The mutual recognition principle will drive a coach and horses through any attempts by the Scottish Government to reflect local preferences for not having chlorinated chicken." And Professor Michael Dugan of the University of Liverpool said at the same meeting, and I quote, "It means that the market forces that are unleashed by the principle of mutual recognition will not be operating in a neutral manner among England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. The sheer market size of England means that market forces will lead English standards to be prevalent." There we have it, Presiding Officer, an internal market of Jonah and the whale, with none of the protections we currently benefit from as being part of the EU single market of 500 million people. Presiding Officer, the UK Tory government asks us to trust them not to change the status quo and to trust them to consult with us, even though there is no requirement in the bill to do so. This is the same UK Tory government which has such regard for our Scottish Government and Scottish Parliament that it scrapped the UK budget statement by Twitter. The same UK Tory government that hid important information about possible food shortages and its state aid power grab from the Scottish Government. The same UK Tory government that proposes to break international law and renege on commitments given under treaty to our international partners. Presiding Officer, this bill represents an unprecedented attack on devolution. The people of Scotland joined together to ensure that we saw our Scottish Parliament reconvened in 1999, and no UK Tory government is going to rewrite our history. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, I would say to the Tories that we see you, the people of Scotland see you, for there is no respect agenda in this union. There is no trust in this union, and we are certainly not feeling much love anymore, Presiding Officer. Rather, there is an increasingly hostile environment for Scotland in the union. As the STUC has said about the bill, and I would quote, "Should the UK government proceed with the bill against the wishes of the Scottish Parliament, it makes the case for a second independence referendum unanswerable." I entirely agree with that statement, Presiding Officer, and would conclude by saying that it is only with independence that we can take our own decisions and determine our own future. Surely that is the better path for Scotland. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. James Kelly, followed by Kenneth Gibson. Mr Kelly, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I rise to speak in favour of the Government's motion opposing the LCM and also rejecting the Conservative amendment. I think there are two central issues that need to be addressed in terms of assessing the UK Internal Market Bill. It's the allocation of powers and the settlement of disputes. In relation to powers, once the Brexit process is complete, clearly the powers will run from the EU to the UK, and any logical observer would have then accepted that a consensual approach and consensual discussion should have been entered into to ensure that the powers were divided up appropriately, with those powers that are consistent with the devolution settlement coming straight to Scotland. But what the Tories have done with this legislation is to put aside the common frameworks which have been used and have been worked on as a negotiation, and to effectively reject the intergovernment process and to seek to impose their view by the introduction of this legislation, and it's for that reason that the LCM needs to be rejected. I mean, on a couple of examples, the Conservatives argue that this is about protection of the economy and protection of jobs, but the acceptance of this legislation would mean that state aid powers would be held at Westminster. Surely we would want the state aid powers here in Scotland, particularly at a time when we're going to have to address the economic impact of the pandemic. In addition to that, the setting up of the Office of the Internal Market would allow the UK Government the basis to impose rules and regulations on other parts of the United Kingdom. That's simply unfair, and it doesn't work as a fair process. I think the other point is that this legislation doesn't offer an effective disputes process. Clearly, when powers have been discussed, there will be disputes, and there needs to be an arbitration process. There can't be a veto from either the UK Government or the Scottish Government. There needs to be a process that's worked with all four devolved nations to ensure that there can be a consensual approach, and that's got to be part of the solution. In terms of those who have sought to bring the independence referendum into this, I don't think in the midst of a pandemic and all the public health issues and the jobs that are potentially going to be lost, that would not be the right time for an independence referendum. And therefore, I think the Conservatives need to reflect very carefully on their actions. We heard Douglas Ross the other day saying that he felt that some of his colleagues in England didn't understand Scotland and didn't understand the strength of the issues that were at stake. Well, if the Conservatives, at the close of decision time tonight, press their buttons and support this legislation and try and support the LCM, that in effect is helping to feed the fuels of the fire of those in this debate who have argued for a second independence referendum. And summing up, Deputy Presiding Officer, it's important that we protect the devolution process. We oppose this LCM and we don't let the Tories trash devolution.
Thank you very much. I now call Kenneth Gibson, followed by Liz Smith. Mr Gibson, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In this Parliament, members have worked hard for 2 decades deliberating and legislating on devolved matters, naturally leading to significant policy divergence between Scotland and the rest of the UK. What the UK Internal Market Bill makes clear is that UK Tory ministers are no longer prepared to accept divergence as an integral part of devolution, which this bill seeks to rein in, treating policy differences between administrations as a spurious barrier to trade, a problem to be solved. Of course, as we leave the EU, there is a need for coordination and collaboration between governments and parliaments across these islands. We must work with colleagues across the UK to create a system which minimises trade barriers and respects the authority and legitimacy of each Parliament Assembly. This is not the bill's aim. There is no provision whatsoever to involve devolved administrations in any meaningful way in the development and governance of the UK's internal market. The bill states that the Secretary of State must, and I quote, consult the Scottish ministers, the Welsh ministers and the Department for the Economy in Northern Ireland. It's not clear how this consultation process will work in practice, but ultimately the bill ensures that Westminster will oversee evolution of the UK's internal market. Any measures deemed to impact the internal market will have to be approved by UK ministers, and any significant policy changes by this Parliament will then have to be given the green light by Westminster. This bill represents a rolling back of devolution's core principle that this Parliament has competence to legislate on all devolved matters. If we take the example of minimum unit pricing, if revised, we would be able to enforce it only for Scottish products. Due to mutual recognition and non-discrimination, we could not act against cheap English alcohol imports. On paper, we'll still have legislative powers. In practice, what would be the point? People would simply buy cheaper imported alcohol, disadvantaging Scottish producers and failing to achieve the public interest objective of minimum unit pricing. All 4 UK nations will have to accept goods at the standards set in one country, making it difficult to envisage any scenario that doesn't result in a race to the bottom. This will be particularly worrying when coupled with reports of low regulation trade deals where Scotland normally competes on quality. If forced to accept cheap, low-quality products in the name of market integrity, it will have a hugely negative impact on Scottish agriculture. When governments work together, compromise is required to balance needs and interests. The UK Government makes no compromise with this bill or any attempt to create a sense of confidence and mutual trust amongst all partners. There has been no attempt to even create the illusion that legislation is being adapted to consider the devolved administrations. By the UK Government's own admission, this bill also breaks international law and allows UK ministers to prevent the application of and unilaterally reinterpret and disapply parts of the Northern Ireland Protocol, despite legal obligations to enact the protocol under both international and domestic UK law. The international response is rightly hostile. The EU has launched a legal action against the UK for failing to meet its withdrawal agreement obligations. The bill also risks future trade deals. Speaker of America's House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi declared there is absolutely no chance of a UK-US trade deal passing through Congress if the UK violates an international treaty and undermines the Good Friday Agreement. The bill's scope and ambiguity is deeply worrying. At the Culture, Tourism, Europe and External Affairs Committee, Professor Michael Keaton said he, and I quote, "cannot see why we should give all these powers to UK ministers when we don't know how they will be used." Presiding Officer, giving consent to this bill would place power and trust in the hands of UK ministers to act in good faith and in the best interests of the people of Scotland. It's utterly laughable. The bill, by its very nature, is an example of the Tory government's proclivity for acting in bad faith. They are prepared to break international law, renege on the Good Friday Agreement and undermine devolution. This Parliament has a responsibility to protect Scotland's interests. We must not grant legislative consent to this bill.
Thank you very much. I call Liz Smith to be followed by John Mason. Ms Smith, please.
Thank you. In August, when this chamber last debated the UK Internal Market Bill, all the political parties in the chamber agreed that when we leave the transition period at the end of this year, thereby losing the checks which the EU internal market previously brought to domestic law, the exercise of devolved competence could, for the first time, threaten the integrity of the UK internal market. Now, my colleague Adam Tompkins said that day, and it was a speech that was much complimented by Mike Russell, that any interruption to the UK internal market would not only be contrary to the UK's interests, but contrary to the interests of Scottish consumers, producers, manufacturers and distributors, including the protection of 500,000 Scottish jobs, which is obviously absolutely vital at this time of COVID. Adam Tompkins was right. And that is precisely why we need a UK internal market bill. Because let us not forget, as Murdo Fraser quite rightly pointed out, that Scotland trades 1.5 times as much with the rest of the UK as it does with the whole of the EU and the rest of the world put together. It is worth nearly 4 times as much to Scots as the EU's single market is. So that is why there was general agreement back in August across all the political parties in this chamber that it is not in anyone's interests, whether you're a unionist or a nationalist, to erect new barriers to trade between Scotland and the rest of the UK in a minute. And the presiding officer, I think, will accept an intervention, yes?
Member to accept the intervention, not myself. Patrick Harvey.
I'm grateful. Surely Liz Smith accepts that it's not only the interests of those commercial operators, those businesses that should be taken into account, but the wider public interest in terms of health, social, public services, safety and so on, and that it's for this Parliament to decide whether divergence is politically acceptable in the context of specific
Mr.
examples.
Harvey, bearing in mind we've not got a lot of time.
Thank you for that intervention, and you're quite right. It's not just about economic interests, it's about other things. I'll come to that in just a minute. And my colleagues have spoken about the views of stakeholders in this, whether it's the CBI, or the Scottish Retail Consortium, the NFUS, whether it's the oil and gas sectors, food industries. They have all been absolutely plain in their support for securing that economic stability and protecting jobs. But that is not, now I won't if you don't mind, but that does not deal with the other key issue, which is to ensure that enough is being done, and perhaps this answers Mr. Harvey's point, to protect the need for legitimate policy differences with the devolved nations and the effective working of the doctrine of proportionality, which allows for that necessary divergence. And of course, that second point is all about protecting and indeed enhancing the devolution settlement, because it would not be satisfactory if that right to legitimate policy divergence was undermined. For example, we know that the SNP has been concerned about that the manner of sale or pricing regulations could be undermined for issues like plastic bags or minimum unit alcohol. And it was true that there wasn't enough clarity about that on that issue, which is why on the 29th of September, the UK government put in place technical amendments to ensure that all parts of the UK have the freedom to regulate for pricing and manner of sale policies and to ensure that that is beyond doubts when it comes to the courts. Now, I am well aware that the SNP doesn't agree with this, although if you look back at the speeches that were made when we debated in August, there was, and also I think Mr Russell's letter in 2018, there was an acceptance that the common frameworks on their own are not enough because they are not legally binding, and there is a need to ensure that there is that legal binding nature. And I think Mr Russell might have changed his mind just a little bit on that in the intervening 2 years. So I'll finish on that point, Deputy Presiding Officer. This bill is needed to protect the economy and to protect the social interests of Scotland, and that is why I will obviously be supporting the amendment in the name of Dean Lockhart.
Thank you very much, Ms Smith. I call John Mason to be followed by Tom Arthur. Mr Arthur is the last speaker in the open debate. Mr Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I have to say that I am far from convinced that this bill is necessary at all. Of course, businesses want to sell their products throughout the UK, and there is no evidence that I'm aware of that this is under threat. We have effectively had an internal market with England for 313 years. That is much longer than we have been in the EU. So we have to assume that there is an ulterior motive for the UK government to bring this bill forward. The key issue for me is whether we are proceeding in this by... No, that you took none, I'm taking none. The key issue for me is whether we are proceeding in this by negotiation, compromise and common frameworks, or whether it is to be an imposition from Westminster. If this bill passes, it further strengthens the hand of London over the 3 devolved legislators. At the very least, it means that negotiations and common frameworks would become increasingly one-sided, as we would be negotiating with a gun to our heads, and any failure to agree would lead to the fallback position of the UK government making all the decisions. And even if there was a less formal common framework agreed on a particular topic, any organisation going to court against the Scottish Government, as the Scottish Whisky Association did previously, could appeal to this bill as overriding the common frameworks. That is why I oppose the bill from a constitutional point of view and would urge members not to give consent to it. However, there are a number of practical reasons too. We received evidence from the General Teaching Council for Scotland of their concerns about teachers' qualifications. Scotland has long had its own requirements to approve teachers, and England has had different ones. No one is saying one is right and the other is wrong, but they are just different for different situations. This bill, as it stands, would mean that we have to recognise professional qualifications from other parts of the UK. So that could mean that any teacher from elsewhere in the UK could challenge our setting different requirements. So I asked Michael Gove about this when he appeared at committee. Firstly, he ignored the question and answered a different one. He said that there would be no interference in Scottish education. However, that was not the question. What I had asked was whether Scotland could be forced to accept any teacher from the rest of the UK. He did not answer that. Similarly, with other subjects like minimum pricing for alcohol, witnesses raised concerns that although the present scheme could probably stay in place, if we tried to raise the minimum unit price significantly, even for health reasons, this could be challenged, and there would be less legal protection than the EU gave. Michael Gove sought to reassure the committee that the present government at Westminster, and he himself in particular, had no intention of going down that route. But the reality is that if these powers are in legislation, he himself may be a very nice man and completely trustworthy, but that does not mean that future ministers in future UK governments will be either as nice or as trustworthy. And of course, it is not just the UK government's intentions which matter here. With minimum unit pricing for alcohol, it was the whisky industry that went to court. So once this law is in place, any business or organisation can use it against Scotland. Presiding Officer, we want free trade with the UK. We have free trade with the UK. And of course the UK is our largest market, and we want to maintain that. However, this Parliament was set up for a reason. That reason was that the centralised UK state, with all decisions made in London, was not working. If it is the Conservatives' intention to reverse the devolution process, they have the power to do that. However, I would warn them that it will come back to haunt them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll call Tom Arthur, then closing speeches. Mr Arthur, please.
Presiding Officer, the Internal Market Bill may prove to be the death knell of devolution. It provides a means for UK ministers to employ direct power to intervene in devolved matters without the consent of the Scottish Parliament, and it allows for the use of indirect power to undermine the laws of this Parliament. An example of direct power can be found in Part 6 of the bill, which would allow UK ministers to bypass this Parliament to spend in devolved areas such as health, education, justice, housing, transport, culture and sport. Presiding Officer, it is the role of this Parliament and local authorities to decide spending in devolved areas. If Part 6 is intended as a vehicle to deliver a replacement to EU structural funds, it falls short of what is required and should be amended or removed. A better model would be for any replacement funds to be included within the block grant. That would maximise democratic oversight and allow all the members of this Parliament to play a role in shaping how these funds should be utilised. What we have in the bill, however, is an arbitrary system where funding could be decided on the whim of a UK minister or even solely for perceived political gain. That would be a recipe for confusion and contradiction in public spending. I also fear it would be the thin end of the wedge. I don't say that lightly. I am not one for engaging in conspiracy theories or scare stories, but is it unreasonable to suspect that it is the worst of motives that underlies so much of what this UK government seeks to do? A government led by a man who orchestrated the unlawful proroguing of Parliament, a government that introduces the very bill that we are debating, which by their own admission would breach international law, a government that was revealed only yesterday is deliberately withholding important information on Brexit from the devolved administrations. Could we, for example, have confidence that this UK government would not reduce the Scottish Parliament's budget in future years before seeking to position itself through these direct funding powers as a generous benefactor ready to step in and help, subject to certain conditions, of course? Would funding for healthcare be conditional on the marketisation of our NHS, as in England? Would support for transport infrastructure be in the form of loans to be financed through tolls, as many roads in England are subject to? Would money be used to undermine lefty activist lawyers and do-gooders? Regardless of whatever the UK government has in mind, it is unacceptable for the simple reason that it is for this Parliament to make decisions on devolved spending. Presiding Officer, I will briefly turn now to how the internal market seeks to indirectly undermine the lawmaking powers of this Parliament. Parts 1 and 2 of the bill introduce and apply the market access principles of mutual recognition and non-discrimination to goods and services. The effect of this measure is that goods or services originating in one part of the UK must be accepted in all parts of the UK, irrespective of differences in regulatory standards. This potentially would allow one part of the UK to gain a competitive advantage through deregulation. Given the size of its population, economy and political power relative to other parts of the UK, English regulations would ultimately have to be acquiesced to by the other nations. Across a range of areas, it would reduce this place to a puppet parliament with London pulling the strings. Presiding Officer, this bill is a power grab and it tells us much about the nature of the UK and its government. To quote one of the great writers on power, Robert Carroll, although the cliché says that power always corrupts, what is seldom said is that power always reveals. When a man is climbing, trying to persuade others to give him power, concealment is necessary. But as a man obtains more power, camouflage becomes less necessary. Presiding Officer, the mask has slipped. There is no partnership of equals, and this certainly does not feel like a family of nations. The UK government is seeking to use raw power to roll back devolution. We must not allow this to happen. Conclude. All MSPs worthy of their position will join with the Scottish Government at decision time in defending the dignity and rights of our Parliament and refuse consent for the UK
can't go on. I was hard on everybody else. Sorry. I call on Claudia Beamish to close for Labour, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Throughout the divisive and disempowering Brexit process, Scottish Labour has taken a very keen interest in developments about which we have become increasingly alarmed. This particularly, though not exclusively by any means, relates to the development of the post-EU arrangements for trade and for our precious environment and the grave threat to devolution. When I last spoke in this chamber on the internal market, it was at the stage of the UK Tory government white paper. At that point, I and others emphasised the grave concerns we had about this direction in relation to Scotland's and indeed the UK as a whole's interest. When I was speaking on the 17th of August in the debate, I expressed incredulity at the lack of respect for the devolved settlement by the UK Tory government. At that time, I stated that the white paper proposals were beholden to capital and had no loyalty to place, collaboration or subsidiarity, and risked undermining any partnership between local, community-owned local businesses and trade unions. How naive of me to hope against hope that in the UK Tory government there could be someone listening to the concerns about threatening the very devolution settlement itself. How falsely optimistic of me to envisage that someone in the UK Tory government might wake up and realise how seriously wrong they had got it. The Finance and Constitution Committee was indeed correct to call for a much longer, transparent and inclusive debate on the proposals in the White Paper. The wider debate included blunt comments from ex-Prime Minister John Major, and I quote, "This has wide-ranging ramifications. It will not only make negotiations with the EU more difficult, but also any trade negotiations with other nations, including the United States. Once trust is undermined, distrust becomes prevalent." However, no one in the UK Tory government was listening to him, and they certainly weren't listening to us in our Scottish Parliament. Now we have a draft bill, UK bill to consider, and the only option is to say a clear and resounding no. 20 years ago this Sunday, Donald Dewar, our first Minister, passed away. The determination of him and so many others from political parties and civic society to have a Scottish Parliament must not be threatened and undermined by this bill or anything else, and I acknowledge the Cabinet Secretary's recognition of his part. Here in Scotland, much of the law and certainty of our policies on environment, food standards, health and more is established here in this Parliament and has been helped in its shaping by the EU laws and directives. We will not be forced in a race to the bottom here in Scotland. The STUC's concerns mainly relate to state aid, market access commitment and intergovernmental arrangements. Their briefing highlights that the Internal Market Bill reserves state aid to Westminster, despite this not being reserved in the Scotland Act. And it states, I will quote briefly in terms of time, that we have here in Scotland the ability to effect financial support to workplaces threatened with closure, to take state utilities back into public ownership, and much more. So this starkly highlights the totally unacceptable arrangements that this bill would lead to. As we struggle with COVID, as Alex Rowley stressed, with such economic uncertainty, it is further devolution that is required to build back a better Scotland. And James Kelly stressed the lack of a dispute resolution arrangement in the bill. The lack of respect by the UK government for our devolved arrangements and the need for mutual respect on forging the way forward is an ominous signal of a determination to centralise that will be resisted robustly. The upcoming continuity bill will pin down some of our way forward, and I look forward to the stage 1 debate after recess. Further, the UK bill is not about seamless trade as stated in the purpose of the bill. The common frameworks would do that in a way that is apparent if the UK government had acted with more alacrity on this, and it is still possible to shape these frameworks. It is not too late to have future arrangements through agreement. I now want to turn finally to the concerns raised in relation to the Irish peace process by this bill. John Major and Tony Blair wrote in the Sunday Times last month, I quote, "It puts the Good Friday Agreement at risk because it negates predictability, political stability and legal clarity that are integral to the delicate balance between the North and the South of Ireland that is at the core of the peace process. The threat to the peace process and the lack of respect for international law are reasons alone to vote down the LCM. There are sadly many more reasons outlined by members across most of the chamber today, and thus Scottish Labour rejects the Tory amendment, and it also makes it quite clear, as we have through Alex Rowley and James Kelly and myself, that Scottish Labour supports the Scottish Government motion. We will not support an LCM for this very disrespectful and dangerous bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Maurice Golden to close to the Conservatives. Mr Golden, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. It is important not to lose sight of the most important aspect of this debate, how to protect Scottish jobs, businesses and the economy, a point made expertly by my colleague Murdo Fraser. Regardless of members' views on the Constitution, it is an indisputable fact that Scotland's economy is intertwined with the rest of the United Kingdom. As such, there is a responsibility on every MSP to ensure the continued success of the UK internal market. There are simply too many Scottish jobs at stake, over 500,000 in fact, as my colleague Dean Lockhart pointed out. We heard from Alec Rowley, who gets more cheers from the SNP benches than he does the Labour ones these days. He claims the bill breaks international law. Untrue, incorrect and ill-informed as ever. A point made further by a number of SNP members, as well as, of course, Patrick Harvey, who claimed members, including myself, opposed the Scottish Parliament. I did not. I would have supported it if I were old enough to vote, Mr Harvey. And with almost two-thirds of all the Scottish trade conducted with the rest of the UK, businesses need certainty that commerce will carry on as usual across the United Kingdom now we have left the EU. The UK Internal Market Bill provides that certainty, that products made in one part of the United Kingdom will not face additional barriers to market in another part of the UK, and that consumers in one part of the UK are not disadvantaged by limiting access to goods and services. Not only is that plain common sense, it is what we have done for centuries. The UK Internal Market Bill brings the process into the 21st century to work with devolution. As long as they do not discriminate against goods and services from elsewhere in the UK, devolved governments will be able to set their own rules and standards, which are then recognised across the entire UK. The SNP had to take the EU to court to get their alcohol minimum pricing scheme through. Under the UK Internal Market Bill, they could introduce that scheme without court action. Liz Smith eloquently articulated how the doctrine of proportionality would allow divergence and enhance devolution. I'll give way to Patrick Harvey.
Patrick Harvey.
I recognise the extent to which the member is making real efforts to do the mental gymnastics necessary to justify this bill. He's making a good effort at it. But does he at least acknowledge the substantial amount of evidence that didn't come from politicians, didn't come from pro-independence activists, came from independent witnesses telling us that this bill will leave more uncertainty and will leave major decisions in the hands not of democratic parliaments here or at Westminster, but in the hands of the courts. Exactly the same kind of uncertainty he wants to oppose is written into this bill.
Maurice Golden.
No. I won't be taking any lessons from Patrick Harvey, who has a modus operandi to destroy devolution. That's what he wants. I'm here standing up for devolution. And that's why we require cooperation across business groups, such as what the CBI have been calling for. And the Conservatives stand ready to work with the Scottish Government on this bill. I would urge the SNP to at least keep their minds open to cooperation, even if their natural instinct is not to. And I'll come to that in a moment. For example, it would have been welcome today to hear the SNP discuss how best to use the new powers from the UK Internal Market Bill to take. Of course, they laugh because they want to give those powers to unelected officials in Brussels and send them away from the Scottish Parliament. The Scottish Conservatives are keen to have that discussion and ensure those powers are used for the best of the people of Scotland. That is why it's so disappointing today to see another ill-tempered debate with nationalist politicians more interested in senseless UK bashing than properly considering this legislation. They take every opportunity to undermine and oppose the UK, even when that risks thousands of Scottish jobs. Why else would the
Just a minute, sorry. Mr Arthur, you're shouting to people in the gallery and you're softly spoken, Mr Golden. So I'd like to hear what Mr Golden has to say. Please continue.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I go back to my earlier point. Why on earth would the Cabinet Secretary walk out of talks on the UK internal market? The Cabinet Secretary claims he felt the talks would have led to a proposal that threatens devolution. But are we really supposed to believe a man who actively campaigns to end devolution, as Patrick Harvey does, is suddenly concerned with preserving it? That same ideological opposition to the UK sees the Cabinet Secretary accept the need for common frameworks covering specific sectors, whilst refusing to take the next logical step of providing a regulatory baseline to fill the gaps between those frameworks, as the bill aims to do. The SNP must accept that ignorant anti-UK sentiment will not help Scottish jobs and businesses. A more modern and progressive approach would be engaging constructively with the UK Government on all legislation and other measures being undertaken to safeguard and protect Scottish jobs and livelihoods.
Thank you very much, Mr Golden. I call on Michael Russell to close to the Scottish Government. Mr Russell, please.
Presiding Officer, thank you. Can I make 3 introductory points which are factually based so that Mr Golding can have those facts on the record? 1, there is no threat from any of the devolved administrations or governments or parliaments to the continuation of seamless, unfettered trade within the UK. There is no such threat. No Tory has been able to point to such a threat. There is no intention of such a threat. So let's make that clear. Secondly, you do not have to be in the same constitutional structure to trade with your largest customer. If you did, the UK would not be leaving the EU. That is simply reality. And thirdly, this bill is illegal. It contains breaches of international law. It would therefore be against the ministerial code for any minister in this chamber to support this bill. Now, I have to say that no thank you, no thank you. I have the sound of your voice in my ears enough this afternoon. I couldn't take any more of it. I'm sorry. Even I have a limit to that sort of suffering. I have to say to you that I have a lot of time for some Conservative members. Not many, I have to say. And I'm going to again embarrass Liz Smith because I have a lot of time for Liz Smith. She was my shadow when I was Education Secretary. She regularly called for my resignation, but I got over it, I have to say. And therefore I want to reflect on something that she said about the change over the last few years. Now, she said it, unfortunately, I thought, in a somewhat dismissive way, as if I had changed my mind and vacillated on these matters. But actually, I just want to go back to 4 years ago, and it's useful that Ruth Davidson is sitting behind her, because she herself, on the day after the 23rd of June, a period after, was very clear that what Scotland should be seeking is the closest possible relationship with the EU, and indeed continued membership of the single market and the customs union. Those were the things that united most of these chambers after the 23rd of June. And isn't it extraordinary that just over 4 years on, what we've actually experienced this afternoon, Tory members mouthing off about us handing powers to Brussels, attacking alignments on standards, bad-mouthing Europe, essentially painting Europe as the devil incarnate, because that's what we've heard and that's what we hear again and again. Also, a huge attack on devolution, an attack on the powers of this Parliament, not about making sure that Scotland could continue to be in the single market and the customs union, but in actual fact that our powers should be diminished. And consider, no, thank you, no. If there's one thing worse than Mr Golding's voice, it was yours. I have to say no, absolutely not. Huge attack on devolution, huge attack of well, yes.
Cabinet,
I can't.
Sorry, Ms Smith, just sit down a wee minute. Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure you can do better than that, than to use personal insults. Ms Smith.
Presiding Officer,
Sorry, Cabinet Secretary, you're taking an intervention, I take from Ms Smith.
I was.
Yeah, well, that's it now then.
I apologise to you, but if you...
No, it's not a discussion.
Fine.
Ms Smith, please.
I won't waste the opportunity. Could I just ask the Cabinet Secretary once again, can he name one single power that is going to be removed from this Parliament?
I can indeed. I can
Cabinet Secretary.
The powers of devolution will be removed because that is a single or collective power, and Well, I want to come on in a moment, Presiding Officer, to the laughter on the Tory benches, which was deeply unpleasant at times this afternoon and is unpleasant again now. Because the reality is every power that this Parliament has can be second-guessed as a result of this bill. There is no doubt about that. But there's been a huge attack on devolution, and the Tories have been isolated this afternoon as extreme Brexiteers. All of them have been isolated as extreme Brexiteers who not only admit the breach of international law, but revel in the breach of international law. And the saddest thing of all of this is the refusal to listen to any and all opinion that has been expressed on this matter. Mr Lockhart heard from the committee before he spoke, which made it clear, that, and I think Bruce Crawford's final words were, that devolution cannot work if the UK government imposes its view on the devolved nations. He made that clear. They heard from Labour, Alec Rowley saying, think again. They heard from Patrick Harvey, who talked about the decision-making of the UK government. They heard from the Lib Dems, and I rarely, if ever, can actually not criticise a word of Willie Rennie's speech. I enjoy criticising words of Willie Rennie's speeches, and on this occasion I can't, which will put him in deep trouble with Mr Rumbles, but he has my approbation for actually doing that. Then we heard from the Royal Incorporation of Architects of Scotland, the GTC, the NFUS, the SCDI, all dismissed. And indeed, the NFUS, in a very sinister move, were misquoted on what they said. Because they were clear, they were very clear in the submission on the white paper what they felt. But that was brushed aside. Because the reality is that, in the words of an Irving Berlin song, they're all out of step but Jim. They're all out of step except what the Tories believe to be true, and not even they believe it. Because there are people on the Tory benches who know this is deeply wrong. This is deeply wrong. Because this goes well beyond what should be happening. And we heard that in the rather nervous laughter on the Tory benches during the opening speeches. They were giggling like school children when they'd heard a naughty word. But I couldn't actually work out what the naughty word was. Was the naughty word Scotland? Was the naughty word democracy? Or was the naughty word devolution? Because on each of those occasions, they were giggling away at those words. I want to conclude, Presiding Officer, by making something very clear. There is no doubt whatsoever, from the evidence that the committees have heard, there's no doubt from the bill itself, this is a major attack on devolution. It is illegal, and if it is supported today by the Tories, they are aiding and abetting a hostile Westminster government in undermining this Parliament. There are no ifs, there are no buts on this. They are also voting for something that is against international law, and they will know it. And this afternoon, there were 3 solicitors who sat on the Tory benches, who sat through this, and not one of them referred to the legal issues in this bill. That is shocking. I go back those 4 years, because 4 years ago, just after the Brexit referendum, there was a view in this chamber that we could find a way forward for Scotland that preserved something of the valuable things we have from the EU. And now we have a host of ranting Brexiteers who are about, Mr Simpson laughs, a host of ranting Brexiteers who are unfortunately undermining this Parliament and the democracy of Scotland. It will not stand. It will not stand. Tom Arthur made that point, and I make it again. This is wrong. It should not happen. We should refuse permission, and we should continue to oppose this, no matter what.
Thank you very much. And I believe you're about to apologise to me if I interrupted you, so thank you very much. I accept it. Do you want to say it now?
Can I thank you for anticipating the terms of it, which you didn't hear, but you know me so well.
Unfortunately, yes. Now, that concludes the debate on legislative consent to the Internal Market Bill, and it's time to move on to the next item of business, and there'll be a short pause.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Our next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 22964 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme. Could I call on the Minister to move this motion? Thank you very much. No member has indicated they wish to speak to the motion. The question therefore is that motion 22964 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. The next item is consideration of 8 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Again, could I call on Mr Day on behalf of the Bureau to move motions 22965 on committee meeting times, 22966 and 22967 on designation of lead committee, and 22968, 22969, 22971 to 22973 on approval of SSIs. Thank you very much. Those questions will be put at decision time. And we come to decision time now. The first question is that Amendment 22955.1 in the name of Dean Lockhart, which seeks to amend motion 22955 in the name of Michael Russell on legislative consent to the Internal Market Bill be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We're going to move to a vote and we're just going to have a short suspension to allow members both in the chamber and online to access the voting app. There'll be a short suspension. Thank you, colleagues. We're just waiting for broadcasting to restart. We're about to restart in a few minutes, a few seconds actually. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's get a big thumbs up there. From broadcasting there. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. We are now broadcasting again and Parliament is resumed. So we're moving straight to the question. The question is that Amendment 22955.1 in the name of Dean Lockhart, which seeks to amend motion 22955 in the name of Mike Russell on legislative consent to the Internal Market Bill be agreed, and members be cast their votes now. Can I just confirm to any member online, if they think they have not registered their vote, could they please raise a point of order? Any member online who doesn't think that they have registered their vote, please raise a point of order. Can I call Fergus Ewing, please?
I would have voted no, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Ewing. That is noted. I will instruct the clerks to make sure your vote is added to the register before we call the result of the vote. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience, colleagues. The result of the vote on amendment number 22955.1 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 28, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that motion 22955 in the name of Michael Russell as amended. Sorry, not as amended. It's unamended. It is unamended. It is the motion. It is the motion in the name of Michael Russell on legislative consent to the internal market bill be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. Members may vote now on the motion in the name of Michael Russell. Can I call Margaret Mitchell to make a point of order? Margaret Mitchell.
I wasn't able to vote, Presiding Officer. I would have voted no.
Thank you very much, Ms Mitchell. That is noted. I will instruct the clerks to make sure your vote is added to the voter roll. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. The result of the vote on motion 22955 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 90, no 28. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. Now, I propose to ask a single question on 8 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? That's good. The question is that motions 22965 to 22969 and 22971 to 22973 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you very much. And that concludes decision time. We're going to move shortly to members' business. Can I encourage members just to be very careful, leaving the
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
that need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.